app, started it again. We're just going to have to wait for a few until people notice and come back in the chat. I apologize for anybody's comments that I didn't get to read. If you repost them once you hear this, uh, I will address them. I'll read them out. But yeah, we're going to see. It looks like I'm holding stable again, not cutting me off every 5 seconds like it was. So maybe that they must have like zapped my app or something. It never acts like that. It never disconnects every 5 seconds for no reason. So that definitely was them messing with my app in some way. And I did a force stop on it, restarted everything. Now we're running smooth. So we'll see how long we can go before they zap it again. But I apologize for whatever comments I didn't get to read in the last chat. If y'all want to post those again, whatever I didn't read, go ahead and post it again so I can read it. But yeah, hopefully we won't have any more troubles. Yes, I'm back. Pt.2 is back in the house. First noticer back. Apologize for that inconvenience there and those technical difficulties. My app never kicks off every 5 seconds like that, and it just decided to start doing so midstream while we're talking about the Jays and the Blacks. So go figure. But and if that other one is not public, because I noticed what it does is I'll set it to be public, and then as soon as the stream uploads, when it's finished uploading or whatever, it switches to private. They're just switching it to private on me without me telling it to do so. So then I have to remember to go back in after the fact and switch it to public so that people can see it again and see the chat and everything. So I've been noticing that nonsense going on. Okay, and Estep80 said, talk about segregation. Well, that's actually one of my favorite topics, honestly. I'm all about that. God is all about segregation. He told us, be ye separate. That was him telling us to live separate from all the non-whites of the world. And that's so that our women can be safe, walk around freely and comfortable and safe without having to worry about non-whites salivating as they walk by, drooling at them, threatening them, and then actually carrying out the vicious attacks against them when they can no longer hold themselves back or no longer want to. It also keeps our little white children from being surrounded on all sides by hostile non-whites who are intimidating them and causing them to have fear in school instead of being able to go to school and enjoy learning and enjoy participating and going to school every day. It causes our women to sleep with non-whites if they live in our world with us. Anytime our white women have access to another race, they will sleep with the other race. Our women sleep with animals sometimes, literal ones, like four-legged ones even. And so our women, if they're not under careful watch by based men, become depraved and they will defile themselves. And so that is why our women are supposed to have strong based men leading our country, so that our women can never be brought down into this defiled state like that. And any of them who won't take no for an answer and insist on being a depraved, defiled, just despicable person, well, we had insane asylums for people like that. And so, you know, we didn't have to capitulate and pander to and cater to the most despicable of our women in our world. Instead, we simply locked them up until they learned how to act right. And if they never learned how to act right, they died in confinement. And does it suck to have to do that? Yes. But does it suck to have to kill a person who murdered someone viciously, raped and killed some innocent person? Yeah, it sucks to have to kill them, but that's justice. That's what has to be done. Not everything we have to do in life is a good time. or even something we find agreeable or enjoy doing. But some things just have to be done. It's like taking out the trash or cleaning the sewer, unclogging the nasty drain. Somebody's got to do it. And so, with segregation, it prevents so much of our people's drama. Segregation would eliminate 99, it would eliminate 100% of the racial grievances against our people. So every anti-white thing would vanish overnight. And if there would be even a smidgen of a 1% left of it, it would only be the leftover defiled of our women, who are still depraved in mind from the Jays and from all the influence that they've been inundated with since birth, probably. So, I'm 100% for segregation. Of course, you folks who tune in, y'all already know that about me. But it's logical, it's normal, it's natural. Packs of foxes don't really chum with packs of wolves. Packs of hyenas don't really chum with packs of lions. We are our own species, and we, like, for example, we don't try to domesticate alligators, we don't have 10 or 12 alligators just chilling in our house with us like many people would with small dogs or cats. You hear about cat women, some cat lady, she's got 20 cats. Well, she can have 20 cats. And those 20 cats, though if she died, those cats would probably eat her. They're not going to attack her and kill her in the middle of the night and just, they're not going to kill her or whatever. She could have 20 of them and they're not going to do anything to her. Whereas other types, you surround your country, you surround your children and your women with these other hostile, non-white, upright biped types. They are attacked and slaughtered and raped and killed every day by the hundreds, by the thousands. All of that would be erased instantly if we just separate everyone again. Also, keep in mind that non-whites themselves, and I know that I've mentioned this before, and I know that non-whites would highly disagree with this when they first hear it, but it's absolutely true, is the non-whites will actually be better off once they are back in their own countries where they belong, among their own people only, where they won't have beautiful white women walking by to be upset at themselves that they don't look as pretty as, and therefore they don't build up this hatred and envy for some other kind, because their eyes never see it, they never have access to it, they don't even know that beautiful white people exist once they've only spent a generation or two back in their own country. Sure, for several generations they may have some lore that they tell the generations after them. Oh, the one time, the years ago, eons ago, ages ago, generations back, our kind ran across these white gods, and they make all this crazy stuff that you can't even imagine, they do all kinds of magical things, and we don't know where they are anymore, but we have memory of them, and we pass down the memory of that we remember of them from generations, and some of our kind got to sleep with some of their kind, and we even were like rulers in their world that they lived in, and we were in their governments and all these things. It was wild, and it'll just be folklore to them in just a couple of generations once they're all brought back to their own countries where they belong. So, they will be healthier, they will be happier, they won't be envious of white people. Imagine no Asian guy being envious of white people. Imagine no black being envious of white people. No J, no Mexican or whoever, being envious of white people, because they just flat out won't be here. And then white people can go back to focusing only on white people, problems among white people. We have enough of our own problems among our own people, between our own kinds. We have lots of languages. So when we had the Irish come here, when we had the Italians come here, when we had the Germans come here, none of them spoke English. So it was a super pain in the butt, you know. But they assimilated because they're white, and white people assimilate to other white cultures easily and effortlessly. And so, well, I don't want to say effortlessly. Sometimes we do have conflict among our kinds because of language barriers and because of, sometimes some bad examples of our people come over here and don't want to fully assimilate, and, it causes conflict with Americans here. But for the most part, our people assimilate regardless of where they come from. They can come from South Africa or Germany or East Europe or Russia or wherever, and they end up assimilating to America just fine. And that's not to say that there aren't non-whites who can do so, as far as they can come here and respect white people and respect our laws and respect our country and behave while they're here and not try to mess with our women. There are plenty of non-whites that come here and do all those things. But because they are a small percentage, and there is a large percentage of their kind who come here and commit problems for our people, crimes against our people, rapes against our women, attacks against our children, attacks against our elderly, they don't belong here. And they have no right to claim to have, they have no right to have access to white people anyway. It's foolish for white people to ever accept that non-whites just have this right, this like imaginary magical right to have access to white people. There's no such thing as that. And the day white people finally realize, hey, you know what? We don't have to let you around us, and we don't have to show you our cool technologies we create, and we don't have to give you any examples of them, and we don't have to give you any money, and we don't owe you an education. We don't owe you any help. We don't owe you food or shelter or clothing. We don't owe you we don't owe you anything. We aren't obliged to have to teach you how to drill a well for yourself so you have drinking water. We're not obliged to send billions of dollars to Africa endlessly forever while you just grift it and grift it and grift it and build up piles of trash that you'll never do anything with. We just flat out don't owe you. We don't owe anyone in the world. And the thing is, if our people would just, go back to obeying God's way, keeping his Sabbath, following his 10 commandments, putting white people first, our own kind, our own neighbor first over the others, God would drive the non-whites out on our behalf. He would do it for us. He says he will. And once he does that, then we're back to an all-white world, and we can go back to focusing on learning to be good toward each other, as white people, and learning to hash out all of our differences among white people. We got a lot of road rage built up among white people. We need to work that out among ourselves. Every other road rage video you see is a white person flipping out, sometimes or usually on another white person. We've got a big problem with that. We also have a big problem. We have a lot of big problems in white people world. And so allowing non-whites into our world just takes our handful or quite a few problems we already have and adds millions and millions more problems on top of the problems we already have. It's idiotic and foolish and ridiculous and suicidal and stupid in every way. And I just can't believe that white people have taken so long. As intelligent as we are, we create all these things. Our people have created every amazing technology and thing and gadget and device and tool and structure and vessel that you could imagine, and weapon that you could imagine. Yet, we're so dumb that we're the only race that doesn't realize that only our race has created the whole world that we enjoy. And that all the non-whites are just here grifting us. They're like raccoons. If you leave food sitting out, raccoons are going to see it. They're going to approach it immediately with no shame in their game whatsoever, and they're going to start eating the food. And then if you leave food out there again the next day, same spot, same time, here come the coons, expecting to see that your dumb butt left some more food there. And sure enough, you left food there, and there they are to get it. Well, when you do the same thing with your country, these upright biped raccoons will do the same thing. Now the difference is the raccoons you feed out on the side of your yard, they're not planning on taking over your home someday and owning all your crap and raping your daughters and killing your children, killing your sons and all these things. But the raccoons that we are feeding, the upright biped raccoons that we've been pandering to and capitulating to and being welcome, being polite to them in our country, and cheering for them to be in our government, how ridiculous and pathetic. But doing all those things, we're cheering on these upright biped raccoons that do want to take us over, that do want to kill us, that do want to rape our women and daughters, and do want to make our sons their slaves. Right? So big difference between the friendly coons you feed on the side of your house and the coons who have imposed themselves into our country and that we haven't just driven out. And we've let them start bossing us around. Now they're in our government. Now they boss us around. Now they tell us what to do. Now they're our cops. They're our mayors. They're our governors. They are our city commissioners. They are our city council board members. They are our school superintendents. They are our managers at our corporations. All of it undeserved, by the way. All of it unearned. Just given to them because they're blacks. That's it. No other reason. He's black, total dumbass, doesn't matter, you're the manager. That's it. That's how it goes. It's literally that simple. And they tell you it's that simple. They tell you, look, we don't give two shits if this black doesn't know anything, if he doesn't know how to spell 4th grade words. We don't care. We're making him VP of the company. We're making him CEO of the company. We're making him shift manager of this store. We're making him the regional manager of this whole quadrant of the country. We don't care. We're making him the boss. Whether you like it or not, shove it up your butt. Too bad. He's going to be the boss. Why? Because he's black. That's why. No other reason. Is he smart? No. He's actually quite dumb, but we don't care. We don't care. Does he know anything about the industry? No, not a lick. Never seen it, never been in it, doesn't know a word of any of your acronyms. He doesn't know a lick about your business or your industry at all. But we're making him the boss. We're making him the manager. That's what you have now. And because we are not segregated, this is what it allows. All of this happening is because of desegregation, which the Jays planned so that all this would happen due to desegregation. So yeah, that's my take on that for sure. And I'm sure y'all have a similar take about that, Christendom Defender is here. And he said, Christ is King. Thank you for such an anti-Jewish statement. Christ is King. God bless you for that. And God be with you. Godspeed to you. And E-Step said, 100% same page, brother. Yeah. I mean, it's not like I'm saying like crazy, irrational, illogical, outlandish, pedantic things. I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not saying anything that's so ridiculously outlandish that it's absurd. I'm just saying the obvious, observable, objective facts. You know what I mean? No multiple races in our country. No racial accusations against our people. No lobbying groups. No 450 non-white lobbying groups meant to grift our white government out of white people's tax money, which is stolen Jewish theft money, by the way. So, when you have proper separation of the peoples like God intended, non-whites don't ever have to be envious of white people. The non-white males can stay attracted to their non-white females. All right. Once a non-white male has seen a gorgeous white woman, do you really think they're interested in their own kind anymore? Hardly. Especially blacks, and especially, the other like not so not so aesthetic looking types. You know, I'm sure y'all have an idea what I mean. And so those men, when they see, or those males, those upright male bipeds, when they see a gorgeous white woman for the first time, a beautiful white teenage girl for the first time, or whatever, of our people, they are never they're never going to be interested or satisfied again in their own kind. Yes, they'll still bang their own kind, they'll still date their own kind, because what choice do they have? But ultimately, if any one of them had their choice, if they had a genie that came out of a bottle and said, give you 3 wishes, one of those wishes would be a white woman. That's what it would be. So knowing that, that means our white women are walking around in an alligator pit all day, every day. Our little white girls, our white women, everywhere they go, gas station, work, school, friend's house, anywhere they go. As soon as they leave your home, they're stepping out into an alligator pit. Very easy to understand. And so for our people, for our men to be cool with, to be okay with, allowing our little white girls, forcing, I should say, we're forcing our women, by the way. We are forcing our women and little girls to walk around and live every day outside in an alligator pit, surrounded on all sides by grown non-whites salivating in them, not caring if your daughter's only 9 years old. That 45-year-old black is salivating, staring at her, going, I'm going to take you around the corner, rape you, little girl. They'll tell them that right to their face. They don't care anymore. They don't have to care anymore. They've been told they have a green light to do whatever they want to white people, to say whatever they want to say to white people, to do whatever it is that's ever on their mind to white people. They are all aware of it. News flies nationwide through the hood in one night. Okay, so in one night, all blacks knew that they have a green light to do whatever they want to whitey. And so they all are aware of it. There is no black walking around going, no, I didn't get the memo. No, all blacks know that they have a green light to do whatever the heck they want to white people. And they know, every black knows that the Jews are who gave them that green light. It's important for you all to understand that who don't know. I'm sure the 5 of you who are in the chat right now already know this, but this is just for whoever happens to visit later on. Please understand and comprehend this obvious fact. Okay, the blacks are aware of the fact that the Jays have given them the green light to attack white people all they wish. And so your little child walking around, your little girl standing at the bowling alley, is being lip talked by a grown-ass black 30 feet away. Smooching at her, telling her, I'm gonna fuck you later. Don't think they're not doing that stuff to your little girls. And your little girls are seeing it with their own eyes. They're seeing those grown, upright males. They ain't just blacks. Muslims are doing it. You know? Jays have been doing it to our kids for years. Through the Catholic Church and through other means, through their child programs, where they have access to our kids. So, you know, we have all of this would be erased in an instant from our children. Our children's suffering and being raped and being attacked and being slaughtered by these millions of non-whites and Jays would end instantly. It would all be over in a flash if we just remove them all from our country, go back to the Naturalization Act of 1790. If you're not trying to conserve the Naturalization Act of 1790, you're not a conservative at all. You're just a cuckservative. That's it. If you're not trying to conserve white, Christian, fascist America, then you're not trying to conserve America. You're trying to create a new piece of crap, multi-culti, third world hellhole, JWO, Zog-controlled country formerly known as America. That's all you're trying to create, and you're definitely not conserving anything, because third world multiculti hellhole America is new. You can't conserve something that's just now being imposed. You can only conserve something that used to be a certain way, or that it is and it has been for many generations, and you're trying to maintain it that way. But multiculti hellhole third world shithole America is a new concept. It's only been around since 1991. See? So you can't conserve something that's only 20, 30 years old. That's stupid. Instead, you want to conserve something that's a couple hundred years old, a couple thousand years old, whatever the thing is that's much older, that was the original. When you're trying to conserve, you're trying to conserve the original thing. And that is what conservatives do not do. They do not try to conserve real America. They are trying to hang on to this new, stupid, rap listening to, nog worshiping in sports, multiculti third world hellhole America that they've helped create. And they want to hang on to that, and they want to pretend that they can get along with non-whites, and they want to pretend that non-whites will eventually, if we keep decorating them in white people clothes and we keep being polite to them and keep pandering to them and keep capitulating to them, that eventually, someday, perhaps, maybe, they will come around and start being cool with white people and acting like white people and living like white people live and caring about what white people care about. They won't. They're not here for that. They never planned on doing that from the get-go. There's never going to be a day where you white people convince them to change their mind and think that way. They're here to take your shit. That's what they're here for. They're here to take your shit. Did you hear me? Do I need to say it again? They're here to take your shit. I hope I worded that directly enough to where everyone understands what non-whites are doing here. They are here to take your shit, just in case you didn't hear that a moment ago. I apologize for the language. They are here to take your stuff. Okay? They're here to take your stuff. They're not here to be Americans. They can't be Americans. You realize American is the same as calling someone a Swede. It's the same as calling someone a German or an Englishman. American is a title that we gave our own white people, our own selves, just like Swedes name themselves Swedes. Right? God didn't name the Swedish the Swedish. The Swedes did that. They named themselves the Swedes, and they named their country Sweden. Right? And you can't move to Sweden and then call yourself Swedish if you're not Swedish. Right? And so it's kind of like the whole saying you've heard where standing in a barn or standing in a garage doesn't make you a mechanic. You could have been born in the garage, lived your whole life in the garage, but if you never touched a wrench, you never touched a car, you never touched a socket, you never touched a ratchet, you never touched a tool at all, then you're no mechanic. It doesn't matter if you were born there, lived your whole life there, in the garage, next to where all the car mechanics is happening, surrounded by car mechanics on all sides. You could wear the same outfit as them, we could decorate you up in a mechanic's outfit, put a MAGA hat on you. Wow, he's just like us, y'all. Look, we decorated him up. He looks just like a white guy. He's a mechanic. Look, we put him in a mechanic outfit, put a MAGA hat on, freaking guy's a mechanic. Wow. No, that's not how it works. They are not Americans. There's no such thing as a non-white American. Anything non-white dash American is an oxymoron. That's a total made-up, stupid, imaginary title that doesn't exist. It's like saying you're an Arab Swedish guy. I'm Arab Swedish. or I'm Arab English, or I'm Arab whatever. There's no such thing as that. There's no such thing as a non-white title or descriptor, and then a dash, and then a white person title. All right. There's no non-white dash Swedish person, or non-white dash American, or non-white dash English, or non-white dash German, or non-white dash Russian. There's no such thing as any of that. There's no such thing as a Jewish American, or a black American, or an African American, or a Asian American, or a Native American. Feathers aren't Americans either, y'all. All right. Feathers are not Americans. And stop using the word native. God, irritates the crud out of me seeing all the European cucks. They're all over there calling themselves natives, calling themselves indigenous, using all the anti-white words that are made specifically to grift us. You know, they use the word racist over there. They use indigenous. They call themselves natives. It's like, stop it with your leftist cuckery. Stop using their leftist terminology. That's what gives it power over you. That's what gives it prominence, and it gives it any kind of existence whatsoever, where it ends up in political spectrums, and then it ends up in law books and in paperwork, you know, in the legal world. So, you know, but you see people saying that all the time. Over there, they call themselves indigenous and they call themselves natives. But to get back to the point of non-white dash whites, there's no such thing as non-white dash whites. All right, an American means a white person who either was born in America and hails from here, or has moved here from another country and patriated themselves to this country. All white people who are Christians are welcome in America. There's no such thing, like, remember when AOC said there's no such thing as an illegal non-white in any white country. She said America, but what she meant was in any white Christian country. As far as she's concerned, there's no such thing as an illegal non-white. Whoever imposes themselves into a white country. And she's technically right if she would have said there's no such thing as an illegal white person, white Christian in the country. If you're a white Christian, it don't matter what country you came from. Russia, South Africa, New Zealand, Australia, Canada. Doesn't matter. Any country in Europe. If you're a white Christian, you belong in America. You know, you're just as American as we are, whether you've ever been here, whether you've ever had apple pie, whether you've ever shot a gun or drag raced a V8 muscle car from the 70s or 60s. You're just as American as we are if you're a white Christian. Doesn't matter what country you're in right now. You live in Australia, never been to America in your life, you're just as American as we are if you're a white Australian Christian. You know, I hope I'm making sense with that. That's literally the case. If you're a white Christian, you're an American. You know what I mean? Because that is what white people created the concept of America for, is for white Christians. So you could be from anywhere in the world, and as long as you're a white Christian, you're welcome in America and you're American. And you don't even have to jump through a bunch of hoops and be vetted and all this crap like you hear the conservatives talk about, the illegals. We don't need to vet white Christians. If you're a white Christian, you don't need vetting because you're a white Christian, you know? And you had to be, and vetting actually went by sponsorship. Other white Christians had to vouch for you. And then if you had a certain number of white Christians who would vouch for you, who were notable to the community who's vouching for you, or who was inquiring, or that person was inquiring to that community about, whoever the notables were that would vouch for you, they put their neck on the line for committing perjury, you know, but they would vouch for you, and then you would be considered a white person of having good character. Of good character, meaning having good character. That means you're a Christian. You would never, back in the founding of our country, have been considered of good character unless you were a Christian. You know, and that's why atheists most of them had to be. There were some ballsy atheists back then who would boldly state that they were atheists, but for the most part, most atheists had to pretend like they still respected God and respected people's faith in God. And they had to speak that way around and to our other white Christian people. Otherwise, they would be shunned as people with not having good character. Then they wouldn't have been allowed to be natural to the country on lawful paperwork. Let me get down here to the chat. Gaius Marius is here. I don't know if he still is, but I hope he is. Hello. He said, holy moly, stay white. It's been a long time. Hey, God bless you for stopping by. So glad you're here. He put, it's good to see you streaming. I hope you're doing well. I hope you are as well. And God bless you, and thanks for stopping by with your kind comments. eStep80 said, what do you think our future looks like as white Christians in the United States? Do you think whites can stomach the cure? That's a deep one there. That's a good one. Ultimately it boils down to, this is what everybody wants to know out of each one of their favorite people on YouTube. They want to know, what's your ultimate take on what you think is coming in the future, what you see, in your opinion, happening based on what you've observed. And for me, I've actually been very surprised by the Jews in the last year or two. They have thrown curveballs that I did not expect to be thrown. And so it's very difficult to try to predict what the Jays' plans are, because they have become, part of their scheme is to become unpredictable. They've been predictable for, say, 100 years now, but they've become bored with that. And now their next phase that they've stepped up to is they're now actually actively trying to be kind of fly under the radar, not be as much in our face about them being the ones against us, and instead, which they were all these years, openly the ones against us. But now they're kind of taking a step back. They're trying to hide in the shadows more, and they're trying to just let the non-whites do their work for them now against us. So as far as what I see coming in the future for us, I see a very bleak future for a long time. I see it getting worse and worse and worse. I have mentioned that in other streams, and I've even detailed some things about how bad that I expect it to get. As far as how bad it will get this time around before we finally have an uprising and take our country back, which is the time you're actually asking about, that you wouldn't be concerned about any time way past that in the future. So of course you're wondering about this particular time frame next that happens. I don't see us winning anytime soon immediately. I realize that I talk a big game for our people online, that we're winning or that we're going to win. We're not winning yet, but that we're going to win eventually. I'm not one of these people that pretends we're winning right now. That's what the conservatives do. But I warn the Jays, and I warn others in the comment sections and in chats and stuff all the time, that we will be winning eventually, right? That in the end of it all, we end up being the winners. But until further notice, we are not the winners. And we are not winning right now. And so what I figured was that they would probably put Trump back in office so that white people would chill out again for a while. Because if white people get their favorite guy back in office, then they're all going to focus on defending their favorite guy, and they won't be focused on defending the thousands of white people who are attacked by blacks every day. Instead, they will go back to pandering to blacks all the time, quoting Thomas Sowell and cheering on Ben Carson when he's rehired by Trump to go take 30% of our white people's rural neighborhoods away from us to give to blacks. So, the smartest thing that Jews could honestly do would be to put Trump back in office. That would make white people kick their feet up and not put up a fight for a whole 4 more years. The Jews can just keep destroying our country. They can keep ruining more and more of our women and children by using the blacks to attack us every day and all those things. And white people will just act like not a thing in the world's wrong. Trump's in office, baby. It's all good. We got our guy at the wheel. He's driving the boat. It's not going to sink because our favorite captain's driving the boat. And each and every thing that comes along that works against white people who voted for this guy, they will simply create mental gymnastics and excuse after excuse after excuse and defend him against anyone who raises questions about why he isn't keeping up with what he said. Like you watched it the first time when he was like, oh, forget about those people. They're sitting there literally going, lock her up, chanting it to him in the stadium. What's he do? He just swipes his hand down at all of them. Shut up. That's basically what he did with his hand to all his 99.999% voter base that was in the stadium there. He just shunned them down with his hand. And swiped it all down to the floor with his hand and said, forget about those people. And then he ended up saying they're actually quite nice people. And here come the Trump defenders. Oh, he's just being diplomatic. He's being a politician. You got to play friendly, blah, blah, blah. Here come all the excuses, The day before he said forget about those people, the day before he got elected, it's, Q predicted all this. Hillary's going to be in Gitmo next week, The Obamas, freaking Hillary, they're all going to be in Gitmo next week. And then that turned into the next week and the next week and the next week. And eventually I actually saw Trumpers and Q-turds putting in comments, because we were making fun of them, that Hillary was going around doing a book signing everywhere. She was like touring the country and stopping all these bookstores and doing signings about her book. I guess she wrote a book back in the day or whatever. And we were ragging on them about it because we're like, oh yeah, so what's up with Hillary, man? She's in Cincinnati today signing books. And they're like, oh, this is honest to goodness what the Q-turd Trumpers were saying online. They were literally, and I'm not making this up, this is literally what they said. Their excuse for Hillary being out and about every day, signing books in all these different places across the country, was that she was having to stay in Gitmo at night, and during the day they would release her and let her fly around and sign book deals and act like she's free so that no one would know that she's being contained at night at Gitmo. That's honestly what Q-turds were telling people online, everywhere, in all the pro-Trump comment sections and chats, is that she's staying the nights in Gitmo, but during the day they got to let her out and let her roam around so that no one knows she's in Gitmo. That's how pathetic, our people have gotten when it comes to Q-turdism and Trump. I'm going to look through the chat here and see what we got. Bugs landing on my phone here. Okay. Hey, Deborah McGee is here, and she chimed in and she said, hey, everyone. And they said hello to her. Gaius Marius said he's still here. Well, that's excellent. I'm glad you are. Thank you very much for that. I just, after I saw the news earlier tonight, and I spent a couple of hours on Mr. Reagan's forum uncucking his chat. Excuse me. I thought, man, what a great night to go ahead and do a quick live stream talk about the results here of old Trumpstein. Now, for anyone who isn't aware, my position is that Trump is just playing good cop, bad cop. He's just an actor playing a role, that he's not actually on our side, that he's actually a lifelong registered leftist who's friends with all the people that, you know, that the conservatives think that he's against, or that have turned on him and are against him. The Clintons, the Obamas, Epstein, all friends of his. And for decades, by the way. And my position is that all this rage against Trump and all this hatred against Trump, this is being commanded by the Jays, telling all their Hollywood actors and actresses and all their politicians, which they control all of them, and all of the musicians, you know, rappers and musicians and whoever, they've told them all the way back in 2016 or 2015 to be as anti-white and anti-Trump as you possibly can be. Spare no bones about it. Just go as hardcore anti-white and as hardcore anti-Trump and as hardcore anti-Christian and as hardcore anti-America as you possibly can. You have the green light, and we will let Trump just be the guy who, you know, takes all the, you know, he's the hired scapegoat, you know. Now, I've heard Trump defenders, you know, argue down. I've had Trump defenders spend many hours debating me. And the best debate I've ever heard so far, the best one, it's the only one they've really got, you know, any other story is just laughable. But the best story I've heard so far, the best excuse I've heard from the Trump conservatives so far, is that he, hold on one second. Give me a second. The best excuse I've heard from the Trumpers is that he's well, of course the official narrative is that, you know, he used to be friendly with all of them, and then he decided he don't like how they're destroying the country, so he decided to take it upon himself to go against everybody, and da 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 da. And their biggest thing they can stand on is he's already a billionaire. Why would he put his family and himself through all this shame and risk of people who hate them attacking them or trying to kill them and all these things? Why would he do all that when he could just go live on some island somewhere, or he could just live in Miami and or wherever in some rich mansion and just enjoy his life and not have to care whether the country's ruined or not? He could spend his golden years just enjoying himself and partying and banging hookers and doing whatever he wants. And that's a good argument, right? But what they don't understand is, in order to be somebody, to be one of these wealthy, powerful, famous people, you are not the boss. And you never get to be the boss. You are told what to do. You're told when to do it. You're told how to do it. And if you don't play ball, your kids or your family, somebody that you love, dies. That's it. And then if you keep screwing up, more people you love die. Until you finally get it through your thick skull that you're not to betray the club. And so, do you see anyone in Trump's family ever in danger? No. They go wherever they want. Yeah, they've got plenty of security detail. But they walk around, you know, like out in the open. And they don't worry about anyone just being up in a balcony somewhere and pow, shoot them from 1,000 feet away where there's no one around checking for them. They don't worry about things like that. Why do you suppose they don't worry about things like that? Because it's a staged ordeal. They understand that some person out in America that doesn't know it's a staged ordeal could be so crazed against Trump that they could try to hurt him. But knowing that that reality is a possibility, they still are, you know, they're pretty nonchalant. They go out in public. They don't worry about interacting with people all that much. I mean, Trump walks around without people surrounding him on all sides, you know, within 6 inches of him. You know, he walks around with pretty open space around himself. He's never really worried about somebody about to shoot him anywhere or anything. He doesn't go around worried. And keep in mind, neither does any leftist politician. All the ones talking all the crap about ending the Second Amendment and banning all guns and confiscating all guns, none of them worry about one of you armed white people taking them out. None of them worry. You see the conservatives all the time going, oh man, we got them running scared now, y'all. We got them worried now. And meanwhile, every single thing where they say that, oh, we've got them running scared now, it's always them losing something to the left. It's always the left winning something over the conservatives. And then the conservatives, instead of admitting defeat, they go, oh man, we definitely got them in a pickle now. We definitely got them backed in the corner now. We got them scared, running scared now. And that's the crap they're talking tonight about Trump. They're like, oh man, they're worried now. They're big time worried now. Oh, Trump's definitely going to win now. What? When are these fools? Trump could end up being, okay, officially, according to the narrative, Trump could be, according to the narrative, locked up in prison, be in there for 3, 4, 5, 6 years, and they'll still be sitting there going, oh, we got him running scared, y'all. Any minute now, he's getting out and he's going to be president. When are they going to finally realize, you know? And the thing is, you don't see characteristics coming from Trump as a person who is truly being attacked by the government. You know what I mean? He's very confident and pompous. He comes out after trial, after every hearing, he comes out and gives a presser about, you know, what he thinks about how corrupt everybody is in the court, right? Even under threat of contempt and all these other things, he's not brave coming out doing that crap. He knows that it's a show. And so he's been told, yeah, keep going out there and doing your pressers, and we're going to threaten to, you know, arrest you for contempt if you keep doing so, but go ahead and keep doing so, and we won't do anything about it. And at the end of it all, we're going to find you guilty of everything. And then we're going to tell the world that we've put you in jail, you know, because eventually that'll be the thing, is when his sentencing comes, they're going to move to put him in prison, right? That's going to be the official narrative, is that he's been put in prison. And then the conservatives are still going to be sitting there going, oh man, we're really winning now. They put him in jail. He's in prison right now. We're winning for sure now. That's how ridiculous the conservatives are. Like, no matter how bad they're losing, you know, they're getting punched in their face, they're getting pummeled to death, and they're sitting there going, winning. We got them running scared, y'all. Any moment we're going to freaking have our country back. You just got to vote as hard as possible, because the enemies totally count our votes. And then they'll just go away when they count all the votes up and realize, oh man, these people don't like us. Oh well, I guess we'll pack up and leave and hand over the control of their whole country over to someone that they like. You know, that's really what conservatives think is going to happen. They're Second Amendment cucks who believe and want anything other than the Second Amendment to happen. And how pathetic is that, you know? Deborah McGee said, Trump used to date a black woman back in the day. I think it was supposed to be a model. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, didn't know that. Christenum, defender, said, the deep state crossed the Rubicon. Watch 2025. Hillary Rodham Clinton, Biden, Obama, arrested. Oh, man, yeah, you hear him saying that stuff all the time. Remember my name, Christendom Defender. Games are fun. Goyim Power showed up. Hello, I haven't seen you visit the chat before, but welcome. And he put shit. That's exactly right. Gaius Marius said, thinking whites have lost faith in Trump. Biden is displaying some surface level hostility toward Israel to steal the votes of detected white voters. I assume, I assume, but it's all circus and theater. That's my position too. Is it's literally just theater. I mean, they call it political theater for that reason. It's you can think of it like pro wrestling, you know. They act like enemies. They get on the microphone. They stare each other down. They do all this big talk, and they're going to destroy each other come next Thursday night, you know, in the ring and all this stuff. But then after it's all said and done, they go backstage and they eat at the same catering table. They sit down at the same table around and have their dinner together and have steak and wine, and they toast to a great show. Another great show, you know. And that's how show of business works, you know. Christendom Defender said, watch, Trump will be 47. Well, the thing is, bro, if he is, it won't do anything. That's the problem. So if Trump becomes president again, right? When he gives blacks $500 billion of white people's money, $500 billion. That's enough to cover the whole earth in $100 bills, by the way. When he gives blacks that much of our money, what are you going to say? Just because they're blacks, by the way. No other reason. He's just giving it to them because they're blacks. What will you say? You know, what will you say about what good does it do? That's what I shouldn't have said. What will you say? I should have asked, what good will it do white people when Trump gives them $500 billion of our money? What good will it do when Trump is president and he panders to Israel every day and does everything the Jews want? What good will it do us when he allows 16,000 white people per day to be violently attacked because he's president as the excuse for them attacking white people while he says and does nothing? What good will it do white people? What good will it do white people when he bans some other little part on a gun, like bump stocks, but some other part, like laser sights or long-range scopes or FLIR vision, you know? What good will it do white people when he gives the rich another tax break, right? But he doesn't give the working class a tax break. What good will it do white people when he allows another lockdown to happen? What good will it do white people when he refuses to create executive orders and play by the rules while Biden does nothing but executive orders and Obama did nothing but executive orders and dictated through their whole 4 years? What good will it do white people when Trump refuses to write any executive order except for something that Jews want that benefit only Jews, or something that Jews want that only benefits non-whites? What good will it do white people? That's the problem, you know. It's not that I don't want to be anti-Trump. Trump is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, perfect symbol of white people. That's why they're using him as the scapegoat, because he is the iconic he's the pinnacle symbol of white people. Blonde hair, blue-eyed, colors of Jesus Christ. White man. Powerful, rich, respected, looked up to, famous. You know, who wants to be against that as a white person? I don't want to have to be against Trump. But the bottom line is Trump does nothing for white people, ever. He did nothing for white people the whole 4 years he was in office. And he, you know, and the thing is, the whole time he does nothing for white people, the Trump conservatives defend him by saying he's just the president. His hands are tied. He's just the president. There's nothing he can do. He's just the president. Well, if he's just the president and his hands are tied and he can't do anything because he's just the president, then what the hell does it matter if he ever becomes president? If he becomes president and he does nothing for white people because he's just the president and his hands are tied and he can't do anything because he's just the president, then it doesn't make a shit if he ever becomes president. You see what I mean? It's either a big deal that he becomes president, the biggest deal in the world, according to every Trumper, because if he doesn't get president, then our whole country will be destroyed. But when he does become president and he doesn't do anything to keep our country from being destroyed, it's because he was just the president. There was nothing he could do. His hands were tied. He doesn't make the laws. Congress does. You see where the excuses pop out? Every time Trump does something for the Jews, but nothing for white people, every time Trump does something for the blacks, but does nothing for white people, they come out and go, he's just the president. There's nothing he can do. That was Congress that did that. That was the leftist mayor that did that. That was some leftist judge that did that. There's nothing he can do. He's just president. Well, then that means it doesn't make a shit if he's president. If there's nothing he can do, if his hands are tied because he's just the president, then stop giving a crap that he's president, because it's obviously not going to do anything. His hands will be tied. He's nothing he can do. He'll just be the president. It either matters because the president can do shit, and that means Trump isn't doing anything while he's president, or that means the president can't do anything. His hands are tied because he's just president. So pick one. You have to pick one. You can't pick both. Think of the guy who's sweating like hell, the meme where the guy's sweating like hell and he's trying to decide between two red buttons. And the one button that says, Trump must become president. We've got to get Trump back in office. And the other red button says, okay, he didn't do anything, but that's because he's just the president. There's nothing he can do. His hands are tied. He's just the president. He don't make the laws. That's the problem, you know? And it's only, and again, I don't want to be anti-Trump. I don't want to be one of these thought of as some lefty whacker noodle freaking anti-Trumper. Okay, but that's the position they've pitted us into being in, where you either have to be thought of and consider yourself as one of the lefty whacker noodles to be against Trump, or you have to be pro-Trump, right? But the thing is, you're being given two bottles of poison, and you're told to pick one to swallow. And I don't personally want to swallow either bottle of poison. And when Trump does things that work against white people, like give blacks $500 billion of our money, that's called the Platinum Plan, by the way, or when Trump creates Operation Warp Speed Part 2, and a new Trump vaccine comes out, not the Fauci ouchie, it was the Trump vaccine. And when Trump hires nothing but swamp, 100% swamp, which is what he hired last time, 100% swamp. He didn't hire one single person that wasn't swamp. Every single person he hired was swamp. What'd they say? What were all the Trumpers saying? Oh, man, he's just bad at picking them. He's just bad at picking them, you know? No, he's not. He's picking the swamp because the swamp are his friends, you know? And so, of course, he's going to pick his friends. The swamp. The swamp is who put him where he is. You don't get to be against the system and take over the system. It doesn't work like that. We're not in based white people world that we used to be in. Instead, we're in cucked white people, third world, multi-culti shithole invaded, ruined country, formerly known as America world. That's what we're in now. All right, you watched sports, you watched blacks play sports for 30 years, you listened to their rap garbage for 30 years, you listen to their stupid R&B songs for 30 years, and now you've got yourself a third world shithole country ran by blacks because of your cuckery. And by you, I'm just saying anyone listening in general who knows for a fact that they pandered to blacks and they participated in those things. You know? And so there comes a time where you have to shed those things. You have to repent to Jesus Christ for your mistake of pandering to non-whites and capitulating to them and cucking your country away to them, for idolizing them in front of your white women, which have caused your white women to now go out and sleep around with them, who you've idolized in front of your children, and now they've grown up looking up to black athletes who participate in useless activities like chasing a ball around on a field or throwing a ball through a hole. Useless child activities, and here your little white child looks up to them. You have the conservatives who are now grown up because their parents watched Afro Ball in front of them. And now they cheer on Byron Donalds and all these other nogs to become politicians in our government. All of those things anger our God. All of those things anger and insult Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, think of what he went through on the cross for us. Everything, as soon as you listen to rap and watch Afro Ball and all these things, you are spitting on Christ's sacrifice for us. Just know that that's what you're doing. And when you cheer on someone like Trump to hire Ben Carson, the fake brain surgeon who would kill anyone he ever touched with a tool on their brain, when he hires him to go steal 30% of white people's neighborhoods to force blacks into our neighborhoods so that our white children are raped and attacked and killed, and our white women are raped and attacked and killed, and our white elderly are raped and attacked and killed, and our little teenage boys and toddler boys are picked up and thrown off the Mall of America fourth floor balcony, 80 feet to their death. It's our fault. We spit on Christ's sacrifice for us. It's very important that we realize that. Okay, God created the Tower of Babel scenario, and then he flooded the entire world because we wouldn't stop pandering to non-whites. We wouldn't stop watching them play their stupid activities in front of us, in front of our women and children. We wouldn't stop letting them play music for us. We wouldn't stop hiring them at our jobs, at our businesses. And so here we have, fast forward, we have this third world where they now are taking over everything. And now you can't criticize them. There's even a word you can't call them. Otherwise, they're allowed to attack you, beat you, kill you, whatever you. And it's all justified as long as they say that you called them this one word that you're not allowed to ever say to them. Could you imagine if George Washington or Abraham Lincoln or Thomas Jefferson or Benjamin Franklin walked into our country right now and saw our conservatives quoting Thomas Sowell, cheering on some nog to become Speaker of the House, cheering on women or Vivek or some other non-white to be our VP with Trump? And the conservatives in the chat, they were putting all that crap. Trump, Byron Donalds, 2024. Trump, Vivek, 2024. Trump, some woman, 2024. Trump, some other random nog. Ben Carson, you saw a lot of conservatives saying that back in the day. Trump, Carson, 24. How pathetic, Let me scroll back up here in the chat and catch up with y'all. Gaius Marius said, there is nobody to vote for. The last person in the political sphere who openly advocated for the advancement of whites was George Lincoln Rockwell. Nice one, bro. I didn't even remember that, man, and thank you for that. I'm screenshotting it right now. And I will look up his writings because I'm sure he wrote many things warning our people. And I will absolutely look him up. Goyim Power said exactly to something that we had been speaking about. And he also said, two wings of the same effing bird. You're exactly right, sir. And he also said, Jungle Fever Trump. Yeah, I did not know that about Trump. I think I did hear something about that years ago, or I think maybe in the early 90s I might have saw one picture of him walking with a black chick or something, but I don't like to use chick. Sorry, chicks. Black female. But I didn't know that he had dated her officially or that was the official narrative or anything. Christendom Defender said, We had to show you how the criminal deep state works. Or you can vote for the Dems. Go ahead. Okay, so yeah, no, that's not at all it. It's the point is that he is a leftist. He's a lifelong registered leftist who's friends with all of those people that you think that have turned on him. They've been given a green light to pretend to be against him, and his role is to play good cop for the white people, and they play bad cop. And then for them, Trump is the bad cop and Biden's the good cop. It's just good cop, bad cop. It's just a game they're playing over the Goyim. Uh, Deborah McGee said, yeah, and it was a super dark, manly looking one. Christendom Defender said, did Trump not show you who are the Uniparty? Yeah, he obeys the Uniparty every step of the way. He does everything the Uniparty wants. He allowed the Uniparty to do everything they wanted while he was president. Unknown said, Trump is a good Shabbos goy for his Jewish masters. I'll be laughing at these Trump tards when he hasn't done anything for them in 4 years. Freeing convicted farm equipment from based Biden's 1994. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if I could have Biden from the 70s as president, oh man, I'd be all about that. Because I don't want my kids growing up in a racial jungle. And and I know he's had other base takes. I've heard them. I've watched him say them. And if Hillary really did still openly announce that the super predators need to be brought to heel, that they have no remorse and no humanity or whatever it was, no conscience, no, yes, she said, no conscience, no remorse. If she was still saying that and teaching white people that to the cameras of America, I'd cheer her on. You know, I would rather have a based leftist any day over a conservative that gives all of our shit away to the blacks and non-whites and Jews. I literally would pick any based leftist any day of the week over a conservative who does nothing but pander our money and our country away to non-whites. You know, absolutely 100%. Trump will obliterate the Federal Reserve, Christendom said. Well, he didn't. That was never on his radar the first 4 years. Why didn't he do it the first 4 years? You know, and of course the excuse always is, oh, well, he didn't know what he was up against the first 4 years. Oh, he was just getting his bearings. Oh, he was just wet behind the ears. Oh, he was just green, didn't know how to do it yet. Unknown said, crime bill and doing nothing for innocent brothers who were convicted for their cause at fighting Jay's power. Who were convicted for their cause at fighting Jay's power. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, let's look at another thing. Let's look at the January 6th people, okay? If you believe the official narrative about Trump and that he's, you know, fighting for us and he's just in the way. They really want you, but he's in the way. All this stuff. Then let's look at the January 6ers. That would mean that you believe that there are really white people who were suckered into going in the Capitol during January 6th and that they've been arrested and that they've been in prison now for like 2 years with no trial, no evidence against them, or no conviction, I should say, against them. And what has Trump said? Trump said he would consider pardoning them if put back in presidency. Consider pardoning them. You know, why wouldn't Trump be out every day advocating for them? Why wouldn't every presser after every trial session every day? Why isn't he coming out and going, and by golly, when I'm back in presidency, we're going to free those people. They've got them locked up. Those January 6th people who were my voters. They've got my voters locked up right now. They've got my faithful voters locked up. Why don't you hear Trump say a word about them? Because he doesn't care about them. That's not his job to care about them. And that's why when he was finally pressed by someone about it, what was his response? I'll consider it. Where was he for all these other people that you perhaps believe are legit based whistleblowers like Edward Snowden, Julian Assange? Why didn't he give any of them pardons? Why didn't he give any of them um, diplomatic immunity to come back to America to escape persecution from England and whoever else wanted to arrest him? Actually, I think he was held up in England, but wherever was all trying to criticize. Of course, America was trying to be. They were the primary country trying to arrest them. So, where was he for them? Where was he for white people when 2 million white people were attacked during what Trumpers named the Summer of Love so that they could hide the fact that the blacks that they pander to were slaughtering white people like hotcakes based on the guise that Trump was president? They didn't want to admit that was happening, so they called it the Summer of Love. The stupidest name you would ever call a massacre, a nationwide massacre of white people. What do you call it? The Summer of Love? You turn it into a joking euphemism? No, it wasn't a joking euphemism. It was to hide the fact that the blacks they pander to have been slaughtering them, our people like hotcakes, proving that they are idiots for pandering to the blacks and for pretending they can cheer on the blacks enough till enough blacks finally start voting for Trump that, by golly, we won the black vote. We won the blacks over. No, you're never going to win the black vote. You're never going to win blacks over. They know who butters their bread. They're not interested in picking themselves up off by their bootstraps and getting a job. They'll be glad to take your diversity hire job from you as a diversity hire. Don't get it twisted. They'll be glad to be made manager over some industry that they have no idea about for $200,000-$300,000 a year. They'll take your job, no problem. But they also still want that free EBT. They don't care that they make $260,000 a year at the job they stole from you as a diversity hire. They also still want their $1,100 a month EBT. They still want their free food stamp card, SNAP card, so that they don't have to spend any of their $260,000 diversity hire job money on their food. They still want their car paid for with the broke blacks transportation program, incentive program, where it steals money from white people and pays for blacks to have brand new vehicles, newer than your car. So they don't mind double dipping. They're going to take your job as a diversity hire, and they still want all their free benefits. The left offers them all of that. They say, yes, we don't care if you have a job. You don't have to give up your EBT and SNAP and your transportation assistance. You don't have to give up your $400,000 house and have to start paying $3,500 a month for it like white people do to live in the same neighborhood. No, you still only have to cough up that $130 a month payment for it. And if you can't cough up the $130 a month payment for it because you blew all the money from your $260,000 a year job that we gave you as a diversity hire, it's all good. We'll let you stay living in it anyway, because now we've given you what's called squatter rights. So if we ever did decide that you aren't paying and you need to move out because you're not paying the $130 a month house payment for a brand new $450,000 house in the white neighborhood, we will just pay it for you. And you have squatters rights. So if someone owns the house and wants to kick you out because you haven't paid, no big deal. We'll make sure that they don't get to kick you out because you have rights to live there now. And so all these things are being built and assembled and built up and structured so that white people cannot make any moves. We can't kick a squatter out of a rental property of ours. We can't defend ourselves against someone who attacks us in the street. We cannot defend a lady who's being attacked because, God forbid, we injure or kill the person to save the lady's life. Now you got to go to prison for murder, Daniel Penny style. Keep in mind, Trump did nothing for any of those people. He did nothing for any white person who defended white people and then was put in prison for probably the rest of their life for accidentally or killing or harming a non-white who had been attacking a white person. He did nothing for any of them. He also said that us white nationalists should be, and I'm quoting, condemned totally. Condemned totally. That means you, Christendom defender, if you understand that America was created by white Christians for only white Christians, like it says in all of our founding documents, including the 1790 Naturalization Act, then you should be condemned totally. That's the quote. He also told you and insulted all of your ancestors who actually did build this country that Africans built this nation. He told all the blacks that. And guess what? He told them that the same week that he released 30,000 blacks from prison just for because they're blacks, no other reason, just to pander to them. He released 30,000 blacks who were in prison for life or for multiple decades till the rest of their life was practically over for murdering white people. 30,000. Have you ever seen 30,000 people in one place? Think about like a Woodstock crowd or a stadium completely filled, every single seat, sold out stadium. That's what 30,000 people looks like. Imagine that many blacks. 30,000. All murderers, all blacks who happily murdered a white person and probably murdered more than one white person and was only caught and convicted about one white person. Because remember, for every crime that a criminal gets caught for and convicted for, they actually got away with 10 to 20 of the same crimes before they were finally caught and convicted. So for each one of those blacks who were in prison for murdering a white person, each one of them probably murdered 2 or 3 white people over the course of their time of a free life before they were caught and convicted for killing one. So he released 30,000 of them. And when many of them were released, they killed another white person the same 24 hours after they had been released. So not only did he release 30,000 blacks who had murdered white people, he then told blacks while he was releasing the 30,000 blacks who had murdered white people that they built our country, that they built this nation, meaning America. And then a week later, the blacks started burning down all of our cities. And when they had some news interviewer walk up to a random nog who was in the process of helping burn down one of our cities and interrupted the black and what they were doing and said, hey, what's going on? What are y'all burning all the cities down for? What's the deal? What did that black answer back as the answer for why they were burning down all the cities? That female Boone quoted Trump. She quoted Trump. She said, "We built this shit." That's what Trump told her. The week before, that's what Trump had just told all of them. So she quoted Trump. She said, "We built this shit." That's what Trump told him. And then she followed it up with saying, "So we can burn it down if we want to." Well, of course they can, because if they built this shit, then they can burn it down if they want to. That's what any inventor, that's what any builder, any creator is allowed to do with his creation or his invention. That's what God's allowed to do to you. He invented you to obey him, to keep his Sabbath, to keep yourself separate from the non-whites of the world so that you are considered clean and worthy and holy. And in the same scenario here, you know, I've skipped the chat for a long time. Unknown said, crime bill and doing nothing for innocent brothers who are convicted for the, yeah, I read that one. They make excuses for him, Unknown said. Defend him when he does wrong. And when you criticize anything of the Goinold, they said you watch CNN and believe in leftist media. Exactly. That's the go-to for defending Trump is you're a leftist, you're a CNN watcher, you believe the news. Christendom defender said Trump had to play within the Western capital banking system. You mean the Jewish banking system. and yet made America better. He will first bring the Fed back to the gold standard. Well, it was never on his radar the first 4 years. And you say that he made America better despite the Jewish banking system that is still in control of our country. How did Trump make it better? How did Trump make America better during his 4 years? Lower gas prices? Is that the one thing you'll be able to say? I'll give you that one. Gas prices were lower again. Uh, did that make America better? Did that make up for the 2 million white children and women who were viciously attacked and beaten and murdered and raped because Trump was president as their excuse? Does the $2 a gallon gas make up for that? I'll bet you if you sat down with any one of these families who their little white daughter was raped and brutally massacred and then cut up into little pieces and put in a barrel because Trump was given presidency, and that was the reason why they did it. I mean, I bet you'd have a hard time sitting down explaining to those white families that it's all good in the hood. Trump made the country better, actually. Peter Moros is here, y'all. And he said 100%, it's all a show. Final answer. Hello to you and God bless. And he put that rap and meth have all the country people in my area acting really foolish. Yes, exactly. The Jews have all of our white country folks cucked. When you watch these ultimate documentaries where the guy goes to these mudding events, these mud hole events, and tractor pulls, and truck tug of war events, right? For the big monster trucks. What do you hear blasting out of all the side by sides and blasting out the windows of every 4-wheel drive monster truck creeping by and every swamp buggy creeping by? They're blasting Nog tunes, you know? Trump flag and Nog tunes blasting out of their speakers. Christendom. Defender said Congress has a bill to eradicate the Federal Reserve. Many states will make gold legal tender and Bitcoin. Well, I mean, it's wishful thinking, but you got to understand 100% of Congress, both sides, every single person, no matter what person you try to pick and say, no, that guy's based. No, Kennedy or whoever you think wastes the libs and congressional questionings, hearings, and all that stuff. 100.00% of them. 100, not 99, not 93, not 99 point something percent of them. 100% of Congress, 100% of the House of Representatives, 100% of all the justices, 100% of our judges across the entire country are all Jewish controlled. Obey the Jews. Obey Zog. You do not even get to be a politician. You don't get to run for any office as a politician in any election unless you've already signed the deal, not a deal, the deal, meaning there is a deal that you have to, there is the deal that you have to sign with AIPAC. They all signed the deal with AIPAC, or they were not even allowed to run in an election for any office. So there is no such thing as Congress going to vote out the Jews privately owning our gold and privately controlling our currency. There's just no such thing as that. They're not going to do any such thing. Um, so I realize that's one of those things like Q. It's just like it's just like going back in time to 2016 with Q. You know, talking all this mess that the Clintons are going to do. Everything's going to be put right. Our country's going to be taken over. Military's going to be put back right. Obamas and Clintons are going to Gitmo, all this stuff, right? It's the same big talk, wishful thinking, pipe dreaming that was going on then. That's what this whole talk about abolishing the Federal Reserve and all this is about. It's all pipe dream, imaginary horse crap. They have 0.000% intention on ever abolishing the Federal Reserve. And um, and remember, when Trump can't do anything because he's just president, that also means he can't do anything to abolish the Federal Reserve because, after all, he's just the president. He doesn't make the laws, remember? Still a big deal that he needs to be president. Totally the biggest deal in the world. But he can't do anything to help white people because he's just the president. Unknown said, I could see him giving blacks reparations and black protection, but black people would be stupid enough to believe that Trump is a white supremacist, as they said, when he's the most pro Jew and anti racist president in history. That's true. He's the one who cucks and panders to blacks more than any president ever has, um, which is bad. It's not a good thing, it's a bad thing. So that's one of the worst things he could have ever done as president. And that makes him one of the worst presidents ever, actually, for doing that thing. Um, and and so I'm not saying that Trump is one of the worst presidents ever, period. I'm saying that move, that pandering to blacks, having blacks at the White House every day, all day long, touring the White House and telling them they built our country, all of that made, those are moves of the worst president ever. That is what a worst president of the United States in the history of our country would say and do. So, um, and remember, racist is a good thing. All white people are supposed to be racist. That's not a bad thing. All non whites are racist, 100% racist. At all times, they always put their own kind first and foremost and always above all other races, regardless of which white country they have invaded and are mooching off of. They always put their own kind first and foremost and always. That is textbook racism. That is what every conservative declares is racism. Okay? And the only race who is foolish enough and stupid enough and suicidal enough to not be racist are white people. We're the only ones who've been cucked by the Jews into not putting our own race, our own kind first and foremost and always and only. And so that is why white people have cucked our technology away to the non-whites. You think if Chinese people had ever come up with guns and lasers and the ability of flight and all these things, they would have cucked it away to white people and blacks and everyone else to learn how to do so that we could have the same advantage as them where they have no upper hand over us? Hell shit no. Only white people are stupid enough to go around and teach non-whites how to create the same technologies that give us the upper hand and dominion over them. What freaking idiot would do so other than white people? And it's because white people are so naive, because white people only care about what we got going on as individuals each day, that we can't conceive as a group of people. It's hard for white people to conceive that non-whites think like animals. They just watch what white people are doing, like any raccoon in your yard would do. And as soon as you sit something down that's edible, they're going to come grab it and eat it with no shame, no concern for your feelings, no concern for anything other than they want that thing that you sat down in their belly, or they want that shiny thing that you sat down in their possession. They're here to eat your stuff. They're here to take your things. They're here to devour your children like God said he would use them to do. They're here to destroy and defile your women, just like God said he uses non-whites to do. That's what they're here to do. They're not here to end up voting for Trump eventually. They're not here to wear MAGA hats and put on white people clothes and act like white people and be just as American as you are. They're not here for that. Blacks were brought here by Jews to destroy white people by way of murder, by way of slaughtering our people, by way of apartheid, by way of mutiny. And all the rest of the non-whites have been brought here by the Jews to assist them in doing so. They are not your friends. It doesn't make a shit if you know some black that wears a MAGA hat and is definitely going to vote Trump. Okay? He doesn't make up for the other 299,999 who slaughter white people, attack white people, want to bang our women. Okay, you have to remember that anytime a white woman sleeps with a non-white, she has committed suicide. She has just ruined herself for eternity. She's committed an abomination. She's committed suicide. Okay, a white woman doesn't just get to live it down later on. Oh, I was in college experimenting, so I let a couple blacks run a train on me. Oh, I was just drunk and high at a party, so I let four blacks at a football team run a train on me. Oh, I dated one black in high school because all the kids told me it would be a good idea and they were cheering me on, and it ended up not working out. Well, too bad. You know, you mated with them, you slept with them, you're ruined. You've committed suicide. So that's it. And so when you have a president pandering to blacks, not forcing them out of our country immediately on day one of taking presidency, and instead inviting them to the White House every day and telling them that, hey, you built all this and you built this country, and all of that's a lie. And not only is it a lie, it's an insult, a slap in the face to all of our white ancestors who actually did build this country. Okay, our ancestors didn't just build this country while they had air conditioning and had vacations every year and had entertainment at night to entertain themselves with and had luxury items like nice cars and nice clothes. Our people struggled and suffered with nothing, with no cold drinks when it was hot outside, with no air conditioning to go escape from the heat from and cool off before they had a heat stroke, with no heat in the wintertime unless they had a fire going, with no freaking plumbing until they created it and dug it and buried it in the ground and installed it themselves with blood, sweat, and tears, with no sewage system until our white people dug that shit up out of the earth and made it ourselves with blood, sweat, and tears, with no transportation like we have at the touch of a button or the push of a gas pedal. They busted their ass to create what we have. And for him to come along and tell niggers that they created our country, giving them the green light to burn our whole country down a week later after he released 30,000 ones that murdered our people, I'm not going to support that. You can support that, but I promise you I won't be. And Christendom Defender said, I do not care if you believe me, my friend. We, the people, are the plan. No, the plan is the Jewish plan. You are not the plan. The plan for you is to be destroyed. That's what the plan is. That's called five dreidel chess. And trust the plan means trust the plan all the way to the slaughterhouse. That's all that means. Trust the Jewish Talmud plan to eliminate you. That's what that plan is. That's the only plan. There is no other plan. Any other plan you think exists is just imaginary in your mind. You will see, Christendom Defender said. Look, you be ultra racist fella. You be you. It's on your soul. Well, yeah, it is on my soul to be racist. 100%. That's what is called normal and natural. To be racist for your own kind, first and foremost. It's what our God tells us all through our Bible to be. That's why he said to live separate. That's racist. He's telling you, be racist, be ye racist, live separate from all the other races. That's a command of God. Another command of God. He split us all up at the Tower of Babel and confound our languages so that we would not be together again. He separated us by countries, put oceans between us and the other non-whites. I still love you nonetheless, he said. I still love you too, bro. You wouldn't be here unless you were based in some way, shape, or form. So I just don't want you duped into thinking that Trump is on our side. He is not. He never was. He never plans on being on our side. Deborah McGee said, it's an epidemic. It is. Goyim Power said, they would shite their pants. Kristen, the defender, said, deport, deport, deport. Watch how 10 million will be evicted within 17 months after Trump. Well, More people came in under Trump than any other presidency, and he actually brags about that. I don't know if you recall, but he actually brags about how more non-whites came into our country than any other president before him. It's the first time you ever heard of caravans coming to our country, and not one non-white in that caravan, or of any of those 2 or 3 caravans that came to our country during Trump's presidency, were turned away. Not one of them. Every single one of those 25,000 at a time caravans that came to our country, our government let every single one of them in, single file line through the fence. The wall that Trump wanted to put up, they literally had a big giant door where they walked them right through the freaking wall and brought them in single file line, because Trump doesn't care about the browning of America. What did Trump say out of his own face, Christendom? He said, and I'm going to quote it right now, verbatim, "We want more people to come into our country than ever before." End quote. Guess what he meant by people? He meant non-whites. He don't mean Russians. He don't mean Europeans. He don't mean South Africans. What about all the South Africans being slaughtered during his time in presidency? And we were asking him, and South Africans were asking him for asylum seeking in America. They wanted to seek asylum. They were actually under violent, vicious attack, under war-torn attack. But they're white. So guess what? Trump acted like they didn't even exist. Billions of dollars sent to Israel at the snap of a finger, just over a request. They don't even have to be under threat. They don't have to be being attacked. There's no such thing as anyone attacking them ever. There's no such thing as them being under threat ever. But billions of dollars in a snap of a finger get sent to them during his presidency. Not $1 was sent to South African white people being slaughtered. Have you seen the graveyards in South Africa covered in white crosses, each one of those representing our white people who were slaughtered by the blacks? Keep in mind, most of those white people pandered to those blacks too, all the way until they had their head cut off. So pandering to blacks is garbage. And anyone who panders to blacks is garbage. And guess who pandered to blacks his entire 4 years and did nothing but pander to blacks? He didn't do anything else. If blacks would have been white people, Trump would have been the greatest president ever. If Trump would have been black, he would have been the greatest black president for blacks ever. Because that's all he did was stuff for the blacks. He didn't do anything for anyone except for Jews and blacks. That's it. He didn't mind telling Muslims they shouldn't be coming here. He did a Muslim ban on multiple Muslim countries. And all the conservatives were like, whoa, based. Our president's based. No, he didn't. He didn't ban the Jews out of our government. He didn't ban blacks from participating in white people only places and spaces. He condemned white nationalists totally. What's based about him? Nothing. There's absolutely not one thing based about him. Not one thing. And it's unfortunate. I wish he was based. You know what I mean? Let's see here. Christendom continued by saying, evicted. If Trump lets you down, then I will run. I guess he means run for office. Well, we need somebody highly based to be in charge of our country. We need somebody like myself to be in charge, who will unapologetically, absolutely ban everyone that's non-white from our government, and who will remove all non-whites from our country and all Jays from our country. And any white person who takes charge who will not do those things unapologetically at the drop of a dime the moment they take presidency is no conservative, is no based white person. They're nothing more than a civnat conservative who doesn't care about the browning of America. I care. I'll put a stop to it day one. And any person in our military who is non-white or a faggot or a cross-dresser or a J or anything at all that isn't a white-based person that puts white people first and foremost, they're out of our military immediately. And they're banished from our country, right along with all the rest that are getting kicked out. It has to happen that way. You have to understand there is no other way for white people to win our country back without taking all non-whites out of our government and removing the non-whites from our country. We cannot have our country back. You will never get to appreciate the 1950s or the 1980s ever again. Ever again. Never, ever again. Ever. Unless we remove the non-whites from our country, starting by removing them from our government. Will not happen. Period. Dot. You cannot have an all-white country when there's only 100 million white people in it and there are 240 million non-whites. You do not have a white Christian country. Period. And the Jews and blacks are controlling your government in every city and your federal government and your everything. You do not have a white Christian country. You don't have America. America is not 240 million non-whites and blacks and non-whites and Jews ruling our government and all of our cities and states, and just, under 100 million white people living here suffering underneath it. That is not America. That is a new Jew world order, Zog-controlled country formerly known as America. That's what it is, and that's what we live in now. We don't live in America anymore. There is no America anymore. And it looks like Deborah McGee had to leave. Oh no, she was saying goodnight to E-Step 80 because E-Step 80 said he needed to go. He said goodnight, all you beautiful white friends. Good night to you, sir, even if you're already gone. I apologize for not getting to you in time before you had to leave. God bless you. Godspeed to you. And keep your head on a swivel. Never relax. You know the drill. Gaius Marius said, time for me to head out for tonight. God bless you guys. Well, God bless you too. I hope I got to say goodbye to you in time, but I probably didn't. Deborah McGee said goodbye to them. Told them sleep well. And moving on down, Christendom Defender said Roger Stone and General Flynn was part of J6. Trump knows who created the Proud Boys, etc. War is real. Yeah, war against white people is real. And the Jews and the non-whites are the ones leading it. BLM, Antifa, all are known. Well, yeah, they're all known, but they're all created by Jews. BLM and Antifa were both created by the Jews. Let's see here. Unknown said, by the way, what do you think about Proud Boys? I think Proud Boys are a cucked group whose objective is rallying and tallying brownoids for fighting elites. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. It's just conservatism. It's probably Jewish controlled and led. It's probably like what people call feds, it's probably the feds. I know that's what all the normies say. Feds or glowies, that's their little conservative terms for Jewish minions, or minions of the Jews. Most likely, the Proud Boys are Shabbos Goy. I'm sure that there are a couple of Proud Boys who are genuine based white folks who have just been suckered into it because they don't realize that, the Jews create controlled opposition. But like the other one, Patriotic Front or Patriot Front, it literally has front in the title. Front meaning it's fake, So, and then let's see here. Christendom Defender said, give me the evidence, bro. I'm not sure what evidence he's talking about, but I'll be glad to detail any evidence you'd like to hear. Or maybe they were convicted for minimum drug charges. No, the ones that he released, the 30,000 niggers that he released, were all in prison for murdering white people. And in fact, the The nog that he allowed to thank him at his podium was a black female who had murdered a white newlywed rookie cop who had pulled over a car that she was riding in the back seat of, and she had a warrant for her arrest. She did not want to get ID'd being in the car. She was afraid if she got ID'd that the warrant would be discovered and then she would have to go to jail for her warrant. So when the cop got up to the car, as he walked past the back door to get to the driver front door to speak to the driver, as he passed the back door window, she shot through the window point blank and shot him in the stomach and killed him. Trump let her thank him at his podium for releasing her just because she's a nog. And that was called prison reform, the Prison Reform Act, or the Prison Reform Bill, which Trump happily signed to benefit blacks only. Never did anything, never signed anything to benefit whites only, but definitely quickly and hurriedly signed that to benefit blacks only. Kristen, Defender said the Dems are the ones that are letting the criminals out. Nope, that was Trump. That was literally a bill he signed, releasing 30,000 violent, murderous nogs. He also said, let us create an ethno-state. Tell me where that would be. Man, I absolutely want to create an ethno-state. I want it to be the United States of America and Europe and Canada and New Zealand and Australia and Russia. That's the ethno-states that I want to recreate. Those were our ethno-states originally, and we have cucked them away. We got to get them back. Peter Moros said funny tweets. Okay, I'll give you that one for Trump. That is a good one about Trump. One thing I'll tell you here, I'll give you some things about Trump I like. I like that he's a good shit talker. You know, politics is a shit fight. It's one big shit fight. And Trump is good at talking crap. And so I actually enjoyed that about Trump. I liked his mean tweets. I like his antagonism. I think all presidents should be that way against our opponents. But the thing was, his was all theater. He wasn't actually working against them. Okay, and Kristen Defender's things, his examples of how Trump made America better were jobs, lower taxes. That was only for the wealthy. Your taxes weren't decreased all that much. I realized that you got a bigger tax return and you're like, whoa, man, Trump decreased our taxes, but he didn't. If you recall, your taxes went back up a couple of years later, and that's because what he did is he did a temporary tax cut for the working class that had to be paid back. It wasn't even a tax cut. It wasn't a tax break. It was a relief, and relief means you have to pay it back later. It doesn't mean that for non-whites. Non-whites never have to pay anything. But for white people, when you're given a relief package, it means you have to pay it back in the future later on. So a lot of white people who got money during COVID for what they thought was free from the government, turns out they ended up not getting a tax return. A couple of years later, their tax return was swallowed up by what they were paid when they were sitting on their butt during COVID. So we did not get any kind of free help from the government out of that. It was taken back from white people later on, as were the lower tax break. You just paid for it later on in the future. And let's see here. Blame Trump for everything. Well, it's not that I blame Trump for everything. It's that I blame Trump that he didn't do what he said he was going to do. He said he was going to lock them up. He didn't. He said he was going to put America first again. He didn't. He allowed the Jews to continue on with, and then allowed the leftists to do every anti-American thing they wanted to do. He allowed all of our statues to be toppled, did nothing, signed no executive order, making anyone who touched one of our, spray painted anything of ours or any of our monuments, defaced any of our monuments, could have made it a felony, could have made it instant 25 years in prison, could have made it anything he wanted by an executive order, and he never did crap. He even said, what, are y'all going to go to the Washington Monument next and take down the statue of Abraham Lincoln? All he was doing was giving them the idea to go do that. That's all he was doing, was giving them the idea to go do that also. And I'm surprised they didn't, based on him telling them, why don't they go do that one also? He also said, I know I love you, bud. Where is the ethno state, bro? That's what we're trying to build, bro. That is what we want. We don't want Trump pandering to blacks. We don't want Trump renaming Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. We don't want Trump giving billions of dollars, $38 billion a year to Jews for no freaking reason. We don't want Trump allowing everything to continue on just like it did when he wasn't president, like he did when he was president. Um, we don't care that he got rid of the Paris Climate Accord thing. Whoop-de freaking do. That was one thing, and it benefited everybody in America, not white people. And you got to remember, when it benefits everybody in America, that means it benefits everyone else in America more than it benefits white people. When gas prices came down, it benefited non-whites more than it benefited white people. You may not think so, but it does. Okay, white people who already have busted their ass and sacrificed and have earned their way to having plenty of money didn't have to concern themselves with gas prices as much as a broke loser who grifts whitey all day and night as a non-white does. Okay, that allowed non-white whitey grifter non-whites to be able to be highly mobile, where they could get around and attack white people and rape white women and escape. They got money for gas to go all over the place and commit all the crimes they want in the stolen Hyundais they were stealing. So you got to understand, when something benefits America as a whole, that Trump did, it only really benefits the non-whites and Jews. It never benefits white people as much as everyone else. And if it did so, he wouldn't do it, you know. Peter Morose said, I just can't understand why the Masons are Zionists. Well, that's an easy one to answer. It's because Freemasonry is a Jewish establishment created by the Jews for white people to sell their soul to Satan, to Jewry. They sell their soul to Satan to obey Jewry, they are given prominence and power. They're given money. They're given help. You understand, Freemasons mostly are business owners and aviators, and because white people are the primary business owners and aviators, that is what Freemasonry was created for. Freemasonry was created by the Jews as controlled opposition, just like when you see an anti-Israel protest at one of the colleges. It's just controlled opposition. Freemasonry started off being control, excuse me, wrong, piped it there. Freemasonry started off by Jays as controlled opposition because white men are the biggest threat to the Jays. So Jays created a white man club to dupe white men into thinking that it's a club for white men, for philanthropists and business owners and well-to-do white men and political white men, to be in a club where they can learn and keep among themselves what's really going on in the world. And they decided that, or they were duped by the Jays into believing that it's best if they know the truth about everything about the world and what's really going on in the world, and the rest of the populace does not. And so once the Jews convinced enough white people that they had this kind of, I don't want to say privilege or right, but they had kind of this almost an obligation to take the reins over the populace of white people and manipulate white people for their ultimate end goal objectives, right? And so then the Jays steered the white men into wanting the end goals that the Jews wanted them to have as their end goals. And so while Freemasons thought they were working toward Freemasonry's goals, they were actually always, and still are to this day, working towards Jewry's goals, Judaism's goals, the Talmud's goals. And so nowadays, it's very well known in Freemasonry that that is what their club is for, is to be obedient to the Jews, to sell your soul to Satan and obey Jewry. But it didn't start off that way. It started off being presented to white people by Jays as this ultra elite club for the whiteys. Now keep in mind, it wasn't introduced to us in a racial aspect, because white people only lived among white people back when Freemasonry was created. So white people weren't surrounded by blacks on all sides back then. They were in Africa where they belonged and all those things. But it was a club of what you would call the elites. That's when you could actually use the word elites without being a conservative trying to avoid saying the word Jews. When it was just an all-white world in, say, Europe or wherever, and they started up Freemasonry, all they had to do was start it as under the guise of classism, not anything racial, because there was nothing but white people involved. So they didn't introduce it to white people as, hey, this is the white man's, on top of the world, keep the secrets from all the non-whites, da da da. No, it was a classism club for wealthy and entrepreneur and powerful and famous white people to be involved in a club together where they could boss around and manipulate and control the rest of the populace of their people. And they were duped by the Jays into believing that their intellect is so much greater than the common populace. And then they started the mantra that the people are stupid, the population is stupid. Individuals are smart, but the population is dumb. And you still hear conservatives say things like that to this day. Meanwhile, the same conservative in the same stream or the same video will rage on about how we the people, as though he's one of the we the people. But he just got done earlier saying that people as a whole are stupid or dumb, ignorant. So, the bottom line is Freemasonry was started as a classism club among white people to be holding secrets and manipulating the rest of the white populace. And it wasn't done as a racial thing, again, because we were in an all-white world at the time. But it was done by classism. And then, after years and generations of Freemasonry existing, it has just become known through Freemasonry that, oh, we're obeying our Jayish masters who created this club for us to sell our soul and become famous through, or become powerful through. And you got to understand, the Jays have no problem giving these white men power and status and money, because at the end of it all, they've already sold their soul to Satan. They're already a dead man walking. Every Freemason you see is already a dead white man walking. And every Jay already understands this. That was the whole point of them creating Freemasonry. So it doesn't matter to the Jays that they have to give this group of white guys prominence and power and say-so and fame and money. And they've even created a black version of it, the Boule Society and and all of that. That is a hilarious joke on the blacks, really, because the Jays know they would never give blacks any kind of power over themselves, over Jays themselves. So the idea that Jays would give blacks any kind of prominence and power anywhere except among the blacks themselves is pretty funny. Now, granted, they are giving them power over whitey now in our governments and all those things. So actually, they are starting to use black Freemasonry as the leaders over our white people nowadays. But this was the plan all along with Freemasonry, was to use it to corrupt our highest achievers of our people, the ones who end up having the most money and the most say so and have the most power and have the most fame, to corrupt and compromise all of them into one collected group and one collected little gathered, herded together club, and make them think that they are on top of the world above the rest of the populace. Because after all, they're the wealthy ones, they're the powerful ones, they're the ones who have the successful businesses. Why wouldn't they think they're the cream of the crop over the populace of white people? Of course they would think that. And so it was very easy to dupe our white men into becoming Freemasons. And then when aviation started, the Jays got into that right away because they knew it was going to become super obvious that no non-whites will ever be able to create flight. And so white people had come up with one and then a second way and then a third way and then a fourth way suddenly to create flight. And we ruled the entire aviation world worldwide. No one else had aviation but white people. And so the Jays recognized that this was a super world dominating phenomenon that white people had created. And so they immediately infected and infiltrated and took over the entire aviation industry. So practically any aviator you ever meet most likely will be a Freemason. If they have a pilot's license, there is a 95% chance or higher that they are also a Freemason. Let me look in the chat some more here. Let's see. Christendom Defender said, I will push you, bud. Question everything. Well, I certainly do. That's the whole point of being a truther, was I questioned everything. Started doing that many years ago, and that led me to where we are now with all of our understandings, is from the questioning of everything back in the day. And I would suggest that you reflect on that same statement, because you're not questioning anything about Trump, apparently. And that's why you believe that Trump's on our side and that he's working against some deep state when the entire government is the state. There is no deep state. The whole state itself is one uniparty. Excuse me. And so there is no deep state. The whole state is deep. The whole thing. It's all one state. And Christendom said, I love you, bud. I love you too, bro. And I don't want you duped. And I don't want our people duped. And that's why I throw down with y'all like I do about Trump. Like I said, I don't want to be anti-Trump. Man, this is the honest truth. And I mentioned it in my last stream. You may not have caught this, but I said in the last stream, and I'm dead serious, that I would love to be one of these. I would love to be able to have Trump 2024 on my back window and have the sticker of Trump's face riding in my car with me on the window there. I think that sticker is so funny, all that stuff. I love the whole charisma and excitement of our people. And I don't like that they worship the guy. I don't like that they call him God, Emperor, and all that crap, where they start literally worshiping like God kind of thing. Though there are people really doing that, and that's horrible, and they shouldn't be being that pedantic about him. But I would love to be one of these pro-Trumpers that's got the stickers and got the everything, trolling the libs with my car stickers on my bumper, or my bumper stickers, in traffic. And I wore my hair just like Trump the whole 4 years he was president, because I'm a blonde hair, blue eye. So I literally I combed over my hair just like Trump. I grew it out longer. And if my ex was still around, she would testify for me that I did do that every day to troll the lefties and troll the anti-whites. I literally styled my hair like Trump every day, his whole 4 years he was president. And it was only after he left presidency that I then switched to doing my hair just like Uncle A. And now I do my hair exactly like Uncle A. And by exactly, I guess I shouldn't say exactly. That's probably not the right word to say, because I keep my hair just like Uncle A's on top. And then around back and the sides where he would have a high and tight shaved head, I let mine kind of grow out more like a mullet. It's not a real mullet. It's not a real redneck mullet, but I let it grow a little longer on the back side of my head, than I do on the top. The top looks just like Uncle A. And whoops, there we go. And so, and I recommend everyone, all you guys, style your hair like Uncle A, man. Go get your hair cut just like Uncle A. You're gonna think, man, that's crazy. People will treat me like crap. They'll figure out right away that it looks like Uncle A's hair. Do it. Go get your hair cut tomorrow, just like Uncle A's haircut. Find someone who can do it and get the same exact haircut as him. And if you got to take a picture of his hair with you and just crop his face out where they can't see his face and be like, I need that haircut right there. Get Uncle A's haircut. I'm telling you all. You don't have to do the high and tight shave around the sides and the back. Just do the top just like Uncle A. Get it cut just like his. Comb it over just like his. Start hard from the side just like he does. Just like Trump does. That's how I do it. Style it up like him. You will be shocked how nice people treat you. It's the weirdest thing. I can't explain why. But when you rock Uncle A's hairstyle, you will be treated nice everywhere you go. And by non-whites more so than by whites, funny enough. Non-whites are who are more friendly to me nowadays ever since I've been rocking the Uncle A haircut. And that's the honest truth. Y'all try it. Don't even take my word for it. Go get your hair done just like Uncle A and style it just that way every day. And take note of how non-whites interact with you. You will see they will respect you. They'll smile at you more. They'll be more friendly to you. It's the most bizarre thing. I can't explain it, but it really works. And so, to get back to my point about Trump, though, I would love to be a part of the charisma of it. You know, I shilled for Trump in 2015. I had a channel that was deleted, and I was shilling for Trump, and that's why they ended up deleting my channel. Among other things, I also was exposing hoaxes back then, like the Orlando Gay Club hoax and the Boston Marathon hoax and all those other things. But one of the things they kept giving me strikes for were my pro-Trump videos. I had pro-Trump videos, and I was defending Trump against the libs and the whole thing because I recognized that for once, finally, all of our white people seem, not all of them, but a whole massive group of our based white, or not based white people, but our Christian white people, all finally agreed on a guy for once, and we were rallying behind the dude, or they were, and it pleased me to see white people finally all agreeing on something for once. And so I saw that the whole world of non-whites were against the idea of Trump, and almost the whole world of whites were for Trump. And so you're naturally, as a white person, inclined to go, yeah, I side with Trump because all the non-whites are mad that he's, going to be, or that he's trying to be president. So of course it makes sense for us to be on Trump's side. And that automatically defaults us to thinking that since we're on his side, he must be on our side because after all, we're on his side. But unfortunately, he just doesn't do anything for our people, and it would be one thing if he just didn't do anything for white people and then he just like did stuff for everyone and it applied to everyone equally and white people benefited from it just as much as the non-whites did. And then he just acted, he just didn't do anything to help anyone except everyone somehow equally. That would have been one thing. But instead, he did stuff for non-whites. When did you ever hear him at any stadium rally he did brag out loud to his crowd of 30,000 white people? When did you ever once hear him say, lowest white unemployment in the history of our country? You never heard him say that one time. Meanwhile, every single rally he ever holds to this day, you watch him do a rally tomorrow night somewhere, he's going to say lowest black unemployment, lowest non-white invader unemployment. What he says, though, is he says Latino or whatever he wants to say unemployment. Keep in mind, when he brags about saying lowest black unemployment, lowest Latino unemployment, guess what he's saying out loud to all those white people? He's saying highest diversity hiring ever in the history of our country. That means highest white unemployment ever in the history of our country. That's what that means. Whenever you hear Trump say lowest black unemployment ever or lowest Latino unemployment ever, he is literally saying to you, to your face, highest white unemployment ever, highest diversity hiring ever, because that's how you get the lowest non-white unemployment, is by having the highest white unemployment. In order to create enough jobs for the non-whites to have the lowest unemployment they've ever had, they forcibly got rid of millions of white people from their jobs, creating highest white unemployment ever, to now create the lowest non-white unemployment ever. You see how that works? And they did so with diversity hiring. So now you're talking highest diversity hiring ever to create the highest white unemployment ever, so that it could then be filled in with the lowest unemployment or lowest non-white unemployment ever. You cannot have lowest black unemployment and at the same time have lowest white unemployment. You can't have lowest white unemployment and highest Latino unemployment ever. You can't have diversity hiring and then still also have highest white unemployment or lowest white unemployment ever, because diversity hiring causes white unemployment. Black employment causes white unemployment. Latino employment causes white unemployment. And you never ever heard Trump one time, nor will you ever hear Trump say lowest white unemployment. You'll never hear him say that. Never. Which is unfortunate. You know what I mean? I want him to say that. I want him to care only about white people. I want him to be like, F all you others. You don't belong here. You didn't build our country. You know what Trump would have to do to rectify? Keep in mind, he can never save any of the thousands of white children who were slaughtered because of his presidency. Okay? The little white girls, the little white toddler boys who were slaughtered and killed, and they're gone forever. Their families, millions of white families ruined all across our country because of Trump's presidency. Not only did he ignore them and did nothing for any of us about it, but they were slaughtered because he became president. That's why those blacks acted out the way they did and slaughtered all of those white children and all those white elderly and all those white people and all those white women. So he can never fix that. He has millions of white people's blood on his hands. But if he came out and said, hey, blacks, look, last 4 years ago, whatever, I was full of shit. I was pandering to y'all. When I told you built America, I was totally full of shit. You know you didn't build America. I know you didn't build America. Everyone knows you didn't build America. I insulted my 99.999% white voter base. I insulted all of their ancestors by saying that. And I take it back. It was a mistake, a terrible mistake. It was a lie. I should have never said any such thing. And now, because y'all took what I said and destroyed our country, destroyed all of our cities, claiming that you built it, quoting me, now I'm going to have to declare that all of you are domestic terrorists. You're going to have to be rounded up. You're going to have to be exiled to your former home country of Africa, where you belong. And you are to never return here. Any one of you that ever tries will be shot on first sight by anybody, doesn't matter who. And, you know, that's the way it's got to be. I mean, of course, he would never do any of these things, but I'm just saying that's how extreme, how far he would have to go to try to rectify. He would have to be the one that removes all the Jays from our government and removes them from our country and removes all the non-whites from our country. And you're delusional if you think that he will ever do any of those things. He will not. And so to tell yourself that he would is just, I mean, it's like pissing in a fan, you know? It's like, I mean, okay, if you really want to tell yourself that until you're blue in the face, I mean, I guess go ahead, but it's never going to happen. So when it never happens, I mean, are you just going to go all the way to your 90s and 100 years old and like Trump's already been dead for 30 years and you're like, any minute now he's going to put Hillary in Gitmo? I mean, at some point you have to realize, shit, man, this dude just did not do what we wanted him to do stuff. We wished he was going to do it. We cheered him on. We said he was doing it even when he wasn't, hoping that eventually he would start doing it, but he never finally did. And here it is 50 years later and he never did it and he's dead and gone and I'm an old guy and it never happened. I mean, at some point you have to just come to the reality that it's not going to happen. It wasn't going to happen. It wasn't the plan. That's why it didn't happen. And, you know, and so for this whole 4 years, if they put Trump back in presidency, which I honestly, it doesn't look like it now. It actually looks like it looks to me like the Jays, because again, that's why it's so hard to predict what the Jays are going to do next. Honestly, to me, it looks like right now, like the official narrative. I'm not saying this is what they're really going to do. I'm saying this is what they're going to tell the world that they've done. It looks to me like they're going to put Trump in prison, according to the official narrative, right? That they're going to say that he needs to do 2 years and then he needs to do 10 years probation after that or some crazy shit. But it looks to me like they're going to put him in prison. And of course, by me saying that, I don't mean they will actually put him in prison. I mean, they will tell the world that they've put him in prison. And really, they'll fly him to Israel, and him and his family will have to just live in Israel or Russia or somewhere or Argentina or wherever they fly, you know, the elites, as they like to call, as the Cuck service called, wherever they go, put them and hide them. You know what I mean? For the term where they're supposed to be in prison. I think that's what they'll do. They'll just send him wherever, and he'll just be living wherever, club fed, if you will, wherever that island is. Maybe Epstein Island, who knows? Maybe that's where they all go and chill. And then, you know, if they do that, that's going to crush. I'll put it this way, if the official narrative is that they put Trump in prison, all right, for however long, 6 months, 2 years, 20 years, whatever it is, just know that the Jays are officially going full speed ahead at white people, and that there is no more slowing down. There's no more backing off the throttle. Apartheid will be coming soon. So just keep that in mind, that if you see the official narrative go that they put him in prison, all they're going to be doing is moving him to some other country, out of the way, out of harm's way, and out of everyone's view, so that no one can be like, hey, I just saw him at the store the other day. What do you mean he's in prison? They'll just do that, get him out of, you know, the public eye, and they're going to quickly start doing really bad stuff to white people. If they decide to put him as president, again, this martyr, they make a martyr out of him, and then he becomes president, right? I think it looks more like they're not going to do that. It, honestly, now the more and more things are coming up close to the time and everything, it looks more to me like they're going to declare that they put him in prison. Do I think they really will put him in prison? No, I don't think so. What is that thing? Um, no, I don't think they'll put him in prison, but I think that would be the official narrative. That's the narrative they want you to think right now. They want you to think they just convicted him of 34 counts or whatever it was, 34 charges, 37 charges. So they obviously want you to think that they plan on putting him in prison. So that obviously is the running official narrative. Knowing that that is the running official narrative, it does kind of appear to me as though they're going to carry out the full narrative. I'll put it to you like this. I was shocked earlier tonight when I saw the news that they found him guilty on all the charges. I mean, I would literally, that's honest truth. I was totally shocked. I did not expect to see that. I figured it was going to be drug out another couple of months or whatever, and then eventually they would, maybe perhaps find him guilty of a couple things and drop a few of the things, and like you hear typical things do, where they lower the charges on some things. If you plead guilty to this, we'll lower it to this, so that I figured it was going to be one of those kind of deals, some sort of plea bargain, and that would be the official narrative. I did not expect that the official narrative would be that they found him guilty on all charges. That came as a big surprise. So that's why I was so compelled to run a stream tonight and talk to y'all, because, and I'm sure a lot of you folks were caught off guard with that as well. I'm sure that surprised a bunch of you in the chat, surely. And again, not believing that any of it's true, but I'm sure that y'all were shocked that is the official narrative or put out tonight, broadcast tonight, is that they have found him guilty on all these charges. I honestly did not see that coming as their approach. Peter Morose said, "Not like our votes matter." Exactly. They've been ruling our country since 1913. What in the hell makes you think that they would count our votes and be like, "Oh, shucks, y'all. The white people don't like us anymore. They're on to us. I guess we got to hand over the control and power and gold and currency and everything they've cucked away to us for 100 years now. I guess we got to hand it all back over to them and just put our heads down and walk away." No, that's not how shit works. When someone has conquered you and rules over you, the only way to remove that tyranny that rules over you is by force. And by force, it has to be done physically. Physical, actual, in-person force. You have to actually arrest the physical bodies of all these Jays in government, all these Shabos Goy in government. You have to physically arrest every single one of them. You have to contain them once you arrest them. You can't arrest them and then just let them go, and they go back to doing what they're doing. You have to arrest them all. You have to contain them in one place, like a jail. And then once you have rounded up all of the government people, then there is no one still around able to function the government in the corrupt way that it was happening, because every person that was involved is now rounded up. And now you fill every seat that you deem should still exist. There will be plenty of seats that we will completely do away with. But all the seats that do need to be filled, that should exist, we will then fill them with proper based white people. Simple as that. But you have to remove all at the same time, all 5,000 or so government politicians. You have to remove them all. And you don't have to do so by harming them. You just physically arrest them all. They have to all be physically detained, you know? And I mean, there is no other way to do it. They're not going to listen to you for any reason unless you physically own their body. I mean, all these guys, they have security guards, they have, and they're armed and they're trained and they are, usually large people who know how to at least fight somewhat. And so, you're not just going to get any of these government types to obey and do what they're supposed to do and yield to the people when you let any group of them still exist. In other words, you couldn't round everyone up from DC, but then leave all of the mayors and senators and governors and of all the different states. No, they have to all be rounded up also. It has to all happen together. It has to all happen at once. We have 40 million armed white people in our country or more. What is our excuse? There are only a few thousand of these assholes who are running our governments across the country. Why are we letting just a handful thousand a-holes run and control our 100 plus million white, or our 100 million white people who created this country, who this country belongs to, who this country is only for? Why are we allowing this madness to continue? It's insane. It's suicidal. It's stupid. It's cuckery. It's completely unbased. Our ancestors would be ashamed of us. The founding framers, if they showed up here and saw, and they looked at our House of Representatives and they saw what we allow to be governors of our states, and if they saw what we're allowing to be mayors of our cities, and if they saw what we're allowing to be police officers and police chiefs, and if they saw what we're allowing to call themselves Christian churches in our country, they would deem all of us mentally deficient, and they would line us up, and rightfully so, for our cuckery. They would have never allowed any such nonsense. There would be no such thing as a woman pastor in any church. There would be no such thing as a homosexual in any church. There would be no such thing as a gay flag. There would be no such thing as gays having the rainbow, our God's rainbow, as their symbol. There would be no such thing as gays openly anywhere. Gays would be on the hide, big time, on the mega hush. There would be no such thing as any of this crap we're putting up with. None of it would exist if our founding framers were here right now. None of it would exist. You couldn't call them a scary R word. It wouldn't faze them a bit. They'd be in the middle of stomping non-whites into the dirt. And then they'd turn around and look at us and go, "You're next for your freaking cowardice and cuckery." And rightfully so. Hugo, the pork eater, is here, and he said, well said, 100% correct. God bless you. Thanks for chiming in. I hope you're still around so that you got to hear me say hello to you. Unknown said, the southern border will be useless since Trump would allow non-whites to flood our country even if they came legally just to fit status quo. Yeah, you got to understand, Trump doesn't look at non-whites as a bad thing for our country. Okay? He does not look at, this is a thing for you to contemplate, Christendom, brother, that I love very much. Contemplate this. Trump does not care how many billions of non-whites come here. You have to understand, Trump is a business owner. Business owners are capitalists. Capitalists don't care about sovereignty of country. They don't care about white people maintaining their foothold of their own Christian white country. They don't care about that. What they care about is the bottom line dollar. And dollars don't have any sympathy or empathy for races who are losing their country to another population that is imposing themselves into that country. Instead, a business owner, a capitalist, looks at millions of non-whites flooding through the border as new customers who potentially are eventually going to spend money with his company, with his brand. Okay? And when millions of new customers come to your country, and potentially many thousands of them will supposedly spend money with your brand, that makes you richer. That makes you more successful. That makes your company keep growing. Growth. And so, since your company will keep growing and making money off all these new millions of invaders, you don't look at them as a business owner. You don't look at them as invaders. You don't look at them as a problem. You don't look at them as ruining anything of the country. For you, it's going to be just dandy. You're going to make millions of more dollars. You have to keep in mind, rich white people don't think like poor white people do. They don't think like working class white people do. Rich white people have billions of dollars, have hundreds of millions of dollars, have millions of dollars. They can fly to the middle of wherever the hell they want, anytime they want, for any reason they want, or for no reason at all, and stay there the rest of their life. And they don't have to ever care about, what am I going to do about feeding my family? What am I going to do about raising my grandkids, when they get older? Or what am I going to do about, they don't have to care about any of that crap. They are financially set. And the more millions of non-whites that flood into our country, the richer they become, the more safe, the more able they are. So they don't care that your neighborhood gets ruined. They don't care that you pay $3,500 a month to move out in the country to live in a brand new house with your family and raise your family out in the country, out in the middle of nowhere, far away from the city, aka the blacks, only for the blacks to be living out there for free right next to you, thanks to good old Trump hired Ben Carson, the fake brain surgeon. It doesn't do us any good when our president panders to the ones who destroy our people. Basically giving them, in their eyes and in their opinion, total justification for their horrific behavior against our people. That doesn't help us. And that doesn't make America better. And it doesn't make America great. And it doesn't make it great again. It makes it a third world multi-culti shithole. And they're totally fine with that because they don't have to live in it. Okay? Trump doesn't have to go to Circle K to buy smokes and be standing in line with some pickpocketing nog behind him. And then when he catches the guy picking his pocket and turns around and says something or tries to stop it, the guy just starts robbing him. Trump don't have to live with that. So Trump welcomes non-white invaders. Trump don't have to live with millions of blacks that he panders to into White House. He gets to go back to Trump Tower, or he gets to go to Mar-a-Lago and escape the nogs after he pandered to them all day. Okay, but now those nogs come back to your local grocery store and decide to walk out the store with a whole basket full of groceries without paying. And then when somebody stops them, they beat the shit out of the white person that stops them, saying he called me an N-word. Well, Trump will invite him to the White House and apologize to them. And all the while, they stole the stuff out of the store because they knew that if they had their SNAP card with them, it would have been free anyway. They wouldn't have had to have paid anyway. So it's not wrong for them to just take it, throw it in the cart, and roll it out the door. Because after all, if they had their SNAP or EBT card with them, they would have been able to had all that stuff for free anyway. So the only crime that's being committed, the only infraction, the only violation of the Jewish legalism that's actually happening at the moment when they're walking out of the store with whatever the hell they want from the Gucci store, the Apple store, all those take their snap cards, by the way. All those take EBT. The only reason they didn't, the only violation that happened, the only reason there's a problem is that they just didn't have their card with them. They just didn't have the card with them at the time. That's all. It's kind of like you driving through a toll on the toll road and you forgot to take the transponder out of one of your cars and put it in the car you actually were going to drive that day. But it just so happens, since you own an account and they run your plate, and oh yeah, that one's registered to this guy that has an account. He's all good. He's already got money in the account. It's going to be paid no matter what. That's, you're in this scenario where blacks have everything for free, so they don't have to care if they get caught walking out of somewhere with something for free. All that's really happening is they just didn't have their "hey, anything I want is free" card with them. That's the only violation that happened, is they were taking things for free without their "hey, I can take anything I want because I'm black, so I can have everything for free" card. They just didn't have the card with them. That's it. You know, it's like driving without your license. You know, you might get a ticket for it, but then you can go to the courthouse, you can show them, look, I did have a license at the time. I was legal to drive at the time. I just didn't have my card with me. That's all. He's legal to have everything in that place for free. The Gucci store, the Apple store, the CVS. He's legal to have all that for free. But he's got to have his card with him. And so when you see blacks taking things without the card, okay, and then here comes the white person, tries to tackle the guy with the shopping cart full of groceries that he's just walking out of the store with, stealing. The white guy tackles him. The white guy ends up going to jail for assaulting what we call a criminal. But no, he just didn't have his card with him. That's it. All of that stuff would have been given to him. He wouldn't have had to have paid $1 of green paper for any of that stuff had he just had his card with him. So the violation is not what white people think. The violation white people think is happening is, oh my gosh, this guy's stealing $300 worth of groceries from the store. No, he's not. He's just taking it without his card present with him. You know, he's supposed to have his card to prove that he's certified to be allowed to do so. And so once you realize that, if white people could just comprehend that, they would start realizing why blacks are like, I didn't do nothing. What do you mean? Like when white people catch them and they think they were catching them stealing a whole basket full of things, walking out the store with it, they're looking at them confused. They're like, what are you talking about, cracker? Your government's going to give me all of this crap for free. I just didn't have my card with me. That's all. How could I be stealing all this stuff when all of it would have been for free for me had I just had my card with me? Unknown said, no, Hugo the pork eater said, look into Ozarkia. He was telling Christian Defender that. Peter Morose said, while he kissed up, B-Man was offering dark people with blunders. Straight WWF. Yeah, funny enough, Biden actually insults the blacks all the time. He's trying to act like he's down with them, but he's actually insulting them constantly, you know? All his little gaffes he's had about them and stuff are great, especially the one that I posted on Rumble. If y'all haven't seen that one, you got to check it out on my USA 110 channel, USA 110. On my USA 110 channel on Rumble, I have a video where it says, I forget the title's name now, but it's basically Biden's on a Zoom call with all these black leaders, right, of all the black institutions or whatever. And he gets on there and he goes, oh, he says America is doomed. And I think that's what I put in the title, is America is doomed, right? Because that's the quote he says. He's literally talking to these black leaders, like 15 black leaders are in this Zoom chat, right? And this dude goes, America is doomed. You hear me? It is doomed. Not just because of African Americans, But because by the year 2040 or whatever year he said, America is going to be less than 50% white. You hear me? Less than 50% white. And then I just cut it off right there. But that's a great gaffe of his. It's not even a gaffe, it's a real true statement that he's saying to them. But he just messed up and said, America's doomed not just because of blacks, but because America will be less than 50% white. And that's a perfect way to say it. America is doomed not just because of blacks, but because white people are going to become the minority. That's a perfect statement. Trump's never said anything that accurate. You know what I mean? So if Biden was just meaning that for real like that all the time, shit, I'd be riding with Biden all day. Let's see here. Unknown said, and repeal the civil rights bill. Yes, absolutely. We will be doing away with all horse shit like that. Anything like civil rights and freaking, we'll be revoking all non-white citizenship. There's no such thing as that. There's no such thing as a non-white American. We will also be banning any type of anti-white terminology like African American or Asian American or Jewish German or any of that garbage. There's no such thing as a Jewish dash anything. If you're Jewish, you're just a Jew. Because that's it. That's all you are. And if you're white, you're a white person. You're a Russian, you're a Russian. If you're American, you're American. If you're German, you're German. If you want to be a German American, that's fine because that's two white things. That means you're a German who moved to America, patriated yourself with America, but you're a German, so you're a German American. That's a normal, proper term or title among our people. But all these non-white dash American titles, those will be banned. We will no longer allow terminology like that. We will also be banning all the leftist rhetoric words, all their terminology they use against white people, indigenous, native, all of that crap is going to be done away with. We're also going to do away with all of the Jewish scientism that's all make-believe, like billions of years, Big Bang, Ice Age, all these stupid words they've created based on the imaginary billions of years, like Mongoloids and what's the other Neanderthals and all these like stages of evolution nonsense terminology. We're going to show all the lies that they were teaching our people and teaching our children and duping generations of our people into, but we're going to teach it to our people as these were the lies that our enemy used to teach us and had us duped into believing. And this is why, when you ask us why we're so against these people, why we dislike them so much and why we treat them with such disdain and why we disallow them from coming in our countries, no matter how much crying and helpless acting they act when they come up begging us. This is why. Because of this right here, and this video right here, and this video right here, and this millions of videos right here, and these billions of attacks on white people and murders of white people by blacks that they brought here, and all the things. We're going to show them all the things. That will be the things we teach our children in the future so that they know who to watch out for. And they see the evidence. We'll have all this video evidence of all the things they've done against our people to show our children generations later, look, this is why we don't allow these kind to come here and cry their way into our country. All right? We're not being meanies. We're not being a-holes. These creatures are deadly and dangerous to our people. So when they come crying and begging you in their dirty clothes and, oh, please help us. These people are hurting us. These people are being mean to us. These people are doing whatever to us. You got to just ignore them and say, get away from me, Satan. And once our generations are starting to be taught that way, all right, then we'll have a nice, say, 100 years or so where people, maybe 150 years, of our people living in wonderful bliss again, where we could create lots of new white children, lots of new white people who will be new friends for God, who give their lives to Christ and die in Jesus Christ. And then God will have even more real friends when the great day comes of Christ's return. And so That is why we strive for all this. If we just felt like, well, who cares how many friends God ends up with, he's probably made enough friends by now over the 5,785 years. So if we white people all die off because we're cucks and cowards and we don't want to fight for our country and keep the things that are our inheritance, we don't want to care about our birthright, then, oh well, so be it. He's already made enough white people friends by now that when Christ does come, he'll have plenty of millions of white people as his new, real, actual friends to enjoy for eternity with. Um, Instead, I mean, that would be the mindset. You know what I mean? But instead, what we should be striving for is for God to have as many new friends or real friends as possible once the 6,000 year trial comes. That's why God said we're supposed to be fishers of men. Fishers of men. We're supposed to save men. Why? Because the more of our people we save, the more friends God gets to have to enjoy for eternity. And so it is a big deal for our people to live as long as we can separate from the others. Every time that one of our generations invokes a good time for our people to live in, that allows our people to be baby boomers and create lots of children, which creates lots of white people. Those are all new friends for God for eternity. So it's a big deal. It might not seem like a big deal to you, but it's a big deal to God, and that's why it's supposed to be the biggest deal in the world to us. And I hope I worded that in a way that makes sense enough for folks to comprehend. But that is literally like our main goal is to be winning more and more friendships for God for eternity. And um, and if we're not doing that, we're not really serving our intended purpose. You know what I mean? And so the whole point of this channel was for us to start doing what we're supposed to be doing for our Lord, serving our intended purpose. And that way the Lord will finally bless our people again and save our country, save our women, save our children. Um, and since we have 215 years left to go until Christ's return, this gives us perhaps 175 years that we could invoke of glorious, peaceful time for our people. What if we're successful in less than 20 years? And then what if our people have 170 years because of our effort of glorious all white world again? Think of how wonderful and glorious and how much bigger than any of us and all of us put together that will be. That's the goal we're working toward. That's what should give us the drive and the will to suffer through things we have to suffer through and to sacrifice when we need to sacrifice for the better of our people, you know? And it's so easy for us to do compared to what our ancestors had to do. You get to go take a break in the AC after struggling for our people. You get to go have a cold drink on demand when it's scalding hot and you're out busting your butt to do something for our people. Anything you could ever go out and do for our people, or any time you go out of your way to put our people first or above or ahead of the others, is a minute, nothing amount of effort compared to what our ancestors had to go through in order to put this country in place that we get to enjoy as it is. And so if you got to drive an extra 15 minutes and eat at some restaurant that you're almost burned out on their food, or it's not really as great as a bunch of other places that are closer, but you know that the place there is staffed by all white people only. No nog cook, no freaking, Mexican hostess. It's all white people that work there. You drive the extra distance, spend the extra money, you eat the slightly less yummy food than perhaps some other place, to put our people first, right? What a small and simple and easy thing. But just you fight with your wallet these days. We're in a wallet fighting world right now. And you fight with your wallet and your eyes and your ears, basically. So if you don't watch them on Talmud Vision and you don't listen to them in your ears with their bullcrap version of music, if you refuse to put money anywhere where it uses them as diversity hires or as employees at all, and you only spend your money with companies who have a proper staff of white people, don't think those companies don't notice. Okay, the companies are actually keeping very close tabs on whether or not um, an all-white staff brings better revenue and better customer service reviews and things like that than their multi-culti mishmash ones do. And real quick before I forget, Postmodern Jukebox posted a new video today. I've told y'all that they've been doing this as an experiment also, just like companies do. Postmodern Jukebox posted today a video, and I need to go and visit it and give it its like. I haven't done that yet, but I saw the thumbnail. And the thumbnail, the entire band is white. The entire band. The whole band, every single musician and the singer, all white people. Every time Postmodern Jukebox does that, every time they post a video where 100% of the cast of the band are white people, go visit it, please, and give them their like. Give them a like. Okay? And then whenever they decide to experiment and pop a nog in one of them again, or make a nog be like, a feature in the next video they put out or whatever, don't visit the video. Don't even click on it and give it a thumbs down. Just don't click the video at all. Because what they're doing is they're watching their view counts. They're looking to see, hey, do we get more views when we post an all-white band? Or do we get more views when we post a multi-culti band or put a token nog in the band? And so they're experimenting. So I want, this is how we manipulate. When I mentioned before about being, using deception and being manipulative, it was, and I detailed, or I corrected myself and said that I didn't really mean deception. What I mean is manipulation. We have to be involved in manipulating what our own people see on YouTube. You know that they give Nogs thousands and thousands of fake free views and thousands of fake free likes. So us real actual viewers who actually are real ones, not bots, not freebies just given to the Nogs, we actually still have a little bit of algorithm power. So if you only give likes to white people videos, please only give likes to white people, okay? Whatever white person is up and coming, some new YouTuber, he's into something or she's into something that you're into industry-wise or hobby-wise. If it's a white person and he has all white friends and he doesn't have a token nog hanging out with him in his videos, or he doesn't have some Puerto Rican hanging out with him in his videos, give him a like. Subscribe, give him a like, support him. Okay? Not support him financially, but I just mean give him the support of giving him a subscription and a like, and watch his videos. Watch them all the way through to the end so that his watch time is long, or her watch time is long. And then when you see non-whites anywhere in a thumbnail of anything or whatever, or as soon as you do see a non-white introduced, say they trick you and they only show white people in the thumbnail, but then you get, say, 3 minutes into the video and boom, they got a token nog. Well, right when you see that, boom, hit the back button, get out of there. Why? Because they pay attention, they study, they look at the reactivity of what their videos cause from the public, and they will see, ooh, look, right when we show our token nog at the 3-minute mark, that's when most of our viewership stops right there, 3 minutes flat. They see the nog and they're backing out of the video. Now, what this does is this put pressure on these YouTubers. They desire to have highest view counts possible. They desire to have the best likes to view count ratio that they can possibly generate as possible. If all of us collectively as based YouTubers would would practice this process where we only watch videos of all white people and we only sub and like white YouTubers. And then any non-white YouTubers, anything that has non-whites in it or anything, we give them no views. And if we do give them a view on accident from a bait and switch or they don't add the nog till later in the thing or whatever, then you immediately back out. You immediately take your like away if you had already given one. Give it a thumbs down so they see the dislike also, because don't think they won't get on that aftermarket app and look and see, or that third-party program and see what their dislike count is. Lots of people do that. I've never tried it, but I've heard it's real and that people do it a lot. So obviously these people who study and analyze what reactivity they get from their videos, they're obviously checking that. So give it a thumbs down. Take your like away if you gave it a like before they showed the token. Take that like away, give it a dislike, back out of the video immediately. You could even put a comment, dislike for the nog, dislike for the token, dislike because you had to have a non-white in there. Why'd you have to do that? Whatever stupid little thing you want to throw at them for a comment, give them a hint that, hey, you would have got a like, or you would have got a sub, or I unsubbed because, you have this non-white in here. I would have gave you a like, but you had to go cuck into non-whites, had to take my like away. Or dislike for cuckery to non-whites. You could just put that as a comment. I've done that before too, by the way. I've put literally that as a comment. Dislike for cuckery to the non-whites. Let's get in the chat here before I get way behind y'all. I don't want to get too far behind you. I'm sorry, y'all. Unknown said, and bring back segregation and anti-miscegenation laws. That's exactly right. We will be reestablishing all of those things immediately, and we won't even have to worry about miscegenation. We will still reinstate the law, but we won't even have to worry about it because there won't be any non-whites here for our women to be tempted to sleep with. Unknown also said, also ban Jays from any positions of power. Ban international interference of Jays, international corporations from funding and controlling domestic corporations here. I 100% agree with that. We will have no more international anything. No more of this international garbage that Jay's created. Now, we white people can create international things, but it's going to be true international between only our races, our race. So any new international thing we create, it will mean only between white countries, and we will do no business, internationally with, say, China or India or whoever. If we want to buy non-white products and goods, we will have to do so through a national capitalist system. So my position about capitalist versus whatever is that the difference between what conservatives are cheering on, which is capitalism, capitalism is bad. What they're cheering on is bad. And I've already detailed earlier why it's bad, because it doesn't give a shit about the sovereignty of countries. It doesn't care about people's religion or empathy or laws or anything. It only cares about winning money, the bottom line, the dollar. And so national capitalism is what needs to be created, where only your kind benefits in all transactions at all times, or you don't do the transaction, or the transaction's not even allowed to be done. And you got to understand, as unfair-handed as that seems, non-whites will totally agree to it because they'll have no other way to sell us products other than if we don't either decide to buy them or not. So they will have to comply with any and every ridiculous situation that we create against them to leverage ourselves as the major beneficiary. And so, we will decide what the price of their goods are. They could tell us what they want us to pay them, but all we got to do is go, nah, we'll give you so-and-so amount because that's what we determine your stuff is worth. And there will be no more Jays telling us what diamonds are worth and what oil is worth and what the dollar is worth. None of that stuff will be told by other races to us what the value of our shit is. Other things that would be banned. We will ban things like having we won't have any kind of horseshit like female cops. You know, that's a ridiculous, stupid thing. You see that they're a massive liability all the time. I just watched a video today where a random nog, while he's already on the ground, he's already cuffed, he's face down in the dirt, and he gets a freaking mouth hold of a whole thumb of this girl who's a cop. He's biting her whole thumb off, almost bit her dang thumb off. You know, probably gave her AIDS or who knows what. She definitely got monkeypox from that bite. I mean, he drew mega blood and everything, bit real hard on her. So, you know, I mean, to expect our women to take on these freaking criminals and all this, it's just ridiculous. We're not going to have any women in our military or our police force ever again, or our government. They will all be taken out of that. And women can have important roles in our society. They don't need those roles, though. We have plenty of other roles that women do excellent in, as they are excellent coordinators and bosses and logistic bosses. They can boss, like, you know, big crews of people. I've seen them do so with very good success and talent and everything. So they have skills, and they can be leaders, and they can even be leaders over men in certain applications. In other words, you know, you can use women to be like the logistics leaders for, okay, we need 7 of y'all to go to this zone and take care of this job. That's what it says here on the paperwork needs to be done. And where it's not them like bossing men around, it's them just basically reading out what needs to happen and showing or letting each group know what their assignments are. They're very good with those things. They're organized. They're usually a lot of women who are good at that kind of stuff are usually very neat and keep their things, you know, together in orderly fashion where they don't get sidetracked too bad or get their wires crossed too easily. And so women are great at a lot of things, a lot of positions of important situations and critical work and everything. They're also excellent surgeons. I know firsthand from a woman who hooked my buddy up and fixed him after a man did him dirty as a surgeon. And did a horrible, lazy job on my friend. And a woman had to save my buddy again 2 years later because the first person, who was a guy, did not do a good job. And she did an excellent job on my friend and did a million times better of a job than the man had done. Not saying that there isn't a man out there that couldn't have outperformed her, but it just goes to show you that women can do absolutely excellent in many fields for our people. They are not unimportant because we don't want them in our government and because we don't want them in our military and because we don't want them in our police force. They are highly important for our people, and they can do huge, massive, and super important roles. But those 3 roles need to be only our men in those things, you know. Also, another thing we will do is no politician is going to just declare war anymore. No group of politicians is going to be like, hey, we've decided we're going to take the people's money and we're going to spend a shit ton of it on weapons and go fight some country for their resources or because we don't like their religion or whatever our excuse is. We're not going to do it. We're not going to do that crap. Instead, we're going to use our own resources. White people have control of enough of the world that we don't need to go take the third worlders' oil. We don't need to take Saudi Arabia's oil. We don't need rubber from Guyana. We don't need anything from third world countries. We have Russia. We have freaking Canada. We have Alaska. We have America. We have New Zealand. We have Australia. We have all of Europe. We don't need any third world country's resource of any kind. And no matter what people tell you of, oh, well, this one particular thing that we happen to use a lot of is only found in Africa. Bull crap. You can find anything that we use, you can find it all over the place. Okay? Unless we need elephant skin, then we can find it elsewhere in the world where we happen to own a country already. So, but we will still buy things off non-whites if we choose to, but we will set all the rules in place. We will have all the control over, again, dominion, as we're supposed to have, and therefore we will tell them what we will give them for their goods. They will not tell us. They can tell us what they'd like to get for their goods, but we will be the ultimate decider. And so many other things that have crossed my mind over the years as I contemplated what we would do once we take over, how we could structure our country where it can't be so easily recucked again, and infiltrated and subverted by the Jays. Other things, that need to be done away with, and you've probably wrote it down here already, is nobody should be. Oh, but let me get back to the politicians and war thing. So anytime anytime a group of our politicians were ever to decide that they want to have a war with someone, it's going to be their own children that have to go fight the war. Nobody else's. No public, no draft of the public, no any of that horse crap. If a war is to take place, it's going to have to be the family's sons versus whatever other country they want to fight. It's going to have to be their own children and grandchildren that go fight that war. And those politicians themselves, not even just send my kids, because a lot of politicians give a crap about their own kids. They'll send their own kids like pawns. So if politicians want to go to a war, they have to go. They have to go fight it. They got to strap up. Napoleon went and fought wars. If Napoleon wanted a war, Napoleon went and fought the war himself. And that's how the politicians are going to have to be. You want a war? You're going to have to throw on your freaking boots, grab yourself a gun, and get your butt out there and start shooting at somebody then, there, Willie. Because it's far too easy for someone to just send someone else to fight that they don't even know and don't ever have to know and don't ever have to give two craps about. Far too easy to create war when you have that situation. And before I think of other things, I wanted to say that we will ban, or structures of our way of our country and government we will create. I'm going to get back in the chat. So let's see here. Christendom said Freemasons worship their generative Polaris. Well, they worship Lucifer. So, and you can hear Freemasons say that out of their own face. And also Isaac Meyer Wise says that. He's one of their top rabbis of, that admits truth about things. Christendom also said, Boule, yes, black elites. Well, there's no such thing as black elites. But yes, I know what you mean, and you know what you mean. Right bros, NASA, moon, 66 years, nothing strange there. And he also said, I told you I'm a true defender of Christ. You either trust me or you do not. I am the plan. Well, I mean, it'd be nice to, it's nice to think that like you alone are the plan, but, or that a group with, you're tight with are the plan. But unfortunately, we are not the plan. The plan is the Talmud. That's the plan. And that's the plan you keep hearing about, the plan, and trust the plan from the whole Trump crew and all that. Yeah, they're talking about the Talmud plan. They're not talking about you, and they're not talking about anybody you're tight with. They're definitely not talking about Q. That's a Jewish hoax to keep white people pacified into thinking that all they got to do is vote. So yeah, you're not a part of the plan. You're not the plan. The plan is the Talmud. So be glad you're not the plan, because you don't want to be the plan, because the plan is going to be destroyed by God when Christ returns. So you definitely don't want to be a part of that plan. Peter Morose said, very cool. Let's see. Good night, everyone. He had to go. Peter Morose had to bail. He said, glad this is still here. Well, God bless you. Thanks for stopping by. Christendom said spiritual warfare is real. Your skin color is nothing in heaven. Absolutely, it absolutely is. Skin color is absolutely a big deal to God and heaven and the Bible. In fact, white is mentioned over and over. Flesh is mentioned over and over and over, because flesh is skin. It's the skin. Skin color is a big deal. And in fact, there will be no darkness in heaven. God was very specific that there are no darkness in heaven. There's no darkness about God, meaning there's no darkness about him on the inside or outside, nor Christ. And there will be no darkness in heaven. That means that there will only be light in heaven, only brightness and bright. And he also said, be ready, wake up. Maybe your skin is special or not. You create your state. Trust the plan. God bless, bud. And Vorpus 22 stopped in. He said, hey, wow, I'm 3 hours late. 2 hours late, he said. Welcome, sir. God bless you. We're glad you stopped by. I hope you're still here. Christendom Defender said, politics, you have 8 years in America. Trump showed you what the commies did. Stop with the BS. Biden let in 4 to 8 million across the border. Well, it's probably even more than that, to be honest with you. I mean, I imagine the last 4 years, they've probably, well, no, you're probably really close right there. 4 to 8 million, that's probably pretty accurate, I would say. Perhaps 10 or 12 million even. But during Trump, many, many millions came through. More, you got to remember, Biden hadn't been president yet. So at Trump's time, no one had, other than Trump, Trump was, at the time Trump was president, before Biden was president, when Trump was president, at his time while he was president, he let more non-whites into our country than any president before him. Now, Reagan made them all legal. So he ruined California in the 80s by giving amnesty to all of the Mexican invaders in California. So that ruined California, turned it permanently blue and permanently Mexico. So, and gave millions of invaders amnesty and citizenship here. So, but we still do that now. You gotta understand, it was publicly done then, but we've been doing it ever since then, every day, every single day. So like all through the Bush era, you know, where he was freaking Bush W and all that, all those 8 years, millions of non-whites coming in every year. All through Obama's term, millions non-whites coming in every year. Trump comes in, millions of non-whites, boom, 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 more than any president before him, even more than Obama. So, and again, out of his own face, he said, we want more people to come into the country than ever. And he means non-whites. Keep hating Trump. You know the left. 45 million invaders since Bush. Vote or do not. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing is, I mean, you could vote if you want, but I mean, who are you giving it to, bro? Your vote goes to the Jews. The Jews control everything about our government, every single facet of it, every single smidgen of it. There's no secret place you can go with your vote and sneak it into some true, proper based white government of ours that's fighting the deep state. There's no such thing. Okay, you go vote at a place that's created by the Jews, ran by the Jews, controlled by the Jews, ran by Jewish minions, Shabbos Goy, who are already, let's say any of it was real. Let's say they actually really did have to cheat and they really had to go to they really had to go to cemeteries and write down dead bodies' names as voters and all that horse crap. Let's say they really had to do all of that for real because elections were really real. Well, there are more non-whites in America than whites now. Okay, so whites are never going to win who they want ever again. There's never going to be white people want this guy, so he's going to win. There's no such thing as that, even if you believed that voting was real. But you got to understand, our country has been 100% controlled since 1913. And so to think that you're going to vote, and let's not just you, let's say everyone, to think that everyone's going to vote, right? And then you're going to give it to, who are you giving it to? Who are you giving it to? You got to give it to the Jews who created the voting station, who took your money and then created a voting station. The whole reason there's a thing for you to walk up to and pull a lever or stick a little thing in a ballot box, all that crap is by the Jews. Right? So if you've heard the saying already, I know you have, that if voting was true, you wouldn't be allowed to do it. If voting really worked, you wouldn't be allowed to do it. They wouldn't let you do it. And that's true. Because when you're conquered, which is what America is conquered. You understand, the Jews have controlled America since 1913. That's a long time. We're talking 110 years. which is one of our favorite numbers. And I realize now it's 111, but so close to 110, I wanted to hang on to it there. 110 years now. I'd say we're due to kick them out again. But for 110 years, they've had our people under full control. And by 1933, just 20 years later, they had the audacity to tell all white people in America that they weren't even allowed to own gold anymore. So every smidgen of gold jewelry they had, they were told they had to surrender it all to the U.S. government. And at the same time, they were being told that they had to surrender all their. This is everyone in America, by the way, every single white person in America. And while every single white person in America was being told by their own government that they had to surrender all of their gold to the United States Treasury, they had also already announced that the United States Treasury, all of its gold, was going to be surrendered to the privately Jewish-owned Internet or IRS or Fed, Federal Reserve, whichever one of the two it was. They decided they were going to give all of our gold to. And that is who keeps our gold. All right? We call it our gold, but is it really? We hand it over to the Jews immediately upon receiving it from anywhere. Anywhere white people acquire gold, anywhere our U.S. government acquires gold, they immediately surrender it to the Jews. Private owned Federal Reserve or IRS, whichever one of them, those factions, is keeping the money or keeping the gold. So if you go to Fort Knox, right, you go there as a tourist, you want to check out Fort Knox. You know, a lot of people think that Fort Knox is where America's gold is kept because that's where it used to be kept. But it is not. It is kept by Jays. And they're owned, privately owned, and I keep stressing that because it matters. We're talking about privately owned here. We're talking about Walgreens keeps all of America's gold, essentially, or Walmart, or McDonald's has all of America's gold. Imagine that. That's the scenario. Only the privately owned company that America surrenders all of its gold to upon instantly upon the moment it gains any hates your guts. McDonald's don't necessarily hate your guts. If you don't keep coming in there and buying burgers, they don't make money. So they don't hate your guts. If they wanted you dead, they'd be broke. But the Jays do want you dead. They want you dead so that their Talmud plan can be completed. What is that? It's so that every Jay alive, boy and girl and man and woman alive, can have 2,800 non-Jay slaves, non-white slaves. Oh, wow, that's good. That's the Talmud plan. Eliminate all the white people and then rule over the entire world of non-whites with all non-whites as your slaves, as their slaves, not ours. We'd be gone. But every Jay alive, man, woman, and child, it says in the Talmud, will each have 2,800 non-Jay, that means non-whites, slaves. And so that's the Talmud plan. That's the plan. So you don't want nothing to do with that plan, and you don't want to be that plan. That's the plan. So when they say trust the plan, that's what they're talking about. Oh, man, that's good. Got 5 dreidel chess. That's what that's all about. Okay. Christendom said, how many white babies have you made? He's asking me. I've actually made several. My children are grown. So I definitely contributed to the white gene pool. I produced blonde-haired, blue-eyed children. Let's see here. He said, will they create more multiple white babies? Not sure who he's wondering about. I guess he's talking about maybe the future boomers. I hope so. We're going to create a new generation of baby boomers in the future. That's what we're hoping for. Deborah McGee's still around. Hello, dear. Didn't know you'd still be here. I'm glad you are. Let's see here. Christenham said, I talk, 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 literally do nothing. Prove me wrong. Well, I don't really need to prove anybody wrong. I'm not in a competition with you, bro. What I'm trying to do is get enough of our people to see that there is no voting our way out of this solution. We're going to actually have to all organize together. We're going to have to actually take up arms. We're going to have to actually use the Second Amendment the way it was intended, the whole thing it's talking about. We're going to have to actually implement it. And we're going to have to do so all at the same time as a people, as a nation, against the government. It has to be done that way. There's no other way to do it. You know, you can't get a group of 200 or 120 or 50 or even a couple thousand and go do anything against the 5,000 who are in charge of our country. It's going to take, at least a couple 100,000 of our people, or maybe 50,000. But it's going to have to be many thousands, more so than like what went to the Second Amendment rally and things like that. It's going to have to be like, I mean, think about when the blacks did their big grievance against Whitey the last time. What would they call it? The Million Man March, they called it, right? Well, imagine if 1 million, that is a number that you can't even imagine seeing in person, right? Imagine 1 million white people armed coming out of the woodworks on the same day, okay? And whatever's local to each white people's of those regions, they all the same day sought out the governor, if he's local to them, the city council member that's close to them, the mayor of the town that's close to the group of whiteys that live around the mayor, all those different, every DC politician, all the neighbors around every DC politician, all of those have to be at the same time. Everybody has to be, rounded up at the same time, the same day. All right. They have to all be rounded up. You can't skip one here. Can't skip a mayor there and a governor there and a police chief or not police chief, but over there, commissioner over there or whoever. You have to get them all at the same time. And that's why it would take 1 million or so white people across the country to all participate at the same time. Think about how many millions of white people all rally together to support Trump. So we can get all these white people together to support a guy who openly does nothing for white people, but we can't even harness 1/80th of that for white people's actual taking our country back, actually doing the Second Amendment like it says, like our ancestors already gave us the permission in writing to do. Yeah, dude, I know, bro. I know. Chill, okay? Just chill. So I mean, we can't do everything ourselves. You can only do what you can do as an individual. But I explained earlier things you can do. You can like anything and subscribe to any white person on YouTube that's trying to do their thing and, build themselves up. You can always dislike and back out of anything that has the non-whites in it. That's a very easy one. I explained earlier, you fight with your wallet, go to places. I do all those things. I literally practice what I preach on YouTube, and I go out of my way in real life to patron places where only white people benefit, where it's only white people that work there. I get my gas at a gas station that only has white people working there. How rare is that nowadays, to find a gas station where only white people work at it? You know what I mean? So I go out of my way to go to that particular gas station. because I've taken notice that all the employees that work there are white people. And as soon as they start staffing it with a random token, I'm out of there. I'll find another place. Or I'll pick the days when that one isn't working to go there and get my fuel. I'll figure out, okay, if I go on Tuesdays, it isn't there. If I go on Thursdays, it isn't there. And that's the days I will go and get my fuel. And that way, over time, they figure out, wow, anytime that we have the NOG there, our sales are down. Anytime we just have an all-white staff like we used to have, our sales stay up. Those are the things, the little things like that. And those are just a couple of examples. There's a million other things that you can do to be a part of the war, to participate and fight back against the war against white people. Another one is making sure you speak out on YouTube. When you see, conservatives posting the token nog, say something in the comment. Dislike for tokenism, dislike for the conservative token garbage. Dislike. Remember, y'all are just like every leftist because of your cucking to the non-whites. Things like that. Get in the chats, the live chats. Uncuck people in the live chats. Like, if you're watching a salty cucker vid live stream, or you're watching a veteran cucker live stream, or whoever, get in the chat. Post things that will uncuck our people. Definitely don't tell them to trust the plan. That'd be a bad idea. Because, again, the plan is the Talmud. That's the plan. Whether you believe it's the plan or not, you're not a part of the plan. You don't get to say what the plan is. They say what the plan is. They're the ones that came up with the plan, and the plan is their Talmud. And so I'm sorry that if you disagree, but I mean, it would be like declaring yourself to be Chewbacca. It's like, okay, I mean, you can declare yourself to be Chewbacca. That's cool if you really want to just demand that you are Chewbacca, but the rest of the world will probably not see it that way. You know what I mean? Because the rest of the world already has an established Chewbacca. Well, that's how the plan is. The plan is the Talmud. It's already established. It was established long before you were ever born. And even if you're 80 years old, it was still established long before you were born. And so it's bigger than any one of us as an individual. It's a plan that has many millions of J's involved over many generations. And so for you to come along and be like, no, all of that isn't the plan. I'm the plan, or me and my little group is the plan. It's just unfortunately not the case. They have the plan. They created the plan. The plan is the Talmud. So you don't want to be a part of that. And he says, let's see here. He goes, I adore you. You're a joker, bro. You will not change a seashell in the sand. All mouth. I will teach the white race. Christ is king. Well, I hope you do teach a lot of our white race that Christ is king. I hope. The thing is, I'm not against you or in competition with you. I hope you teach as many white people. I hope you teach way more than I ever managed to teach about, our identity and uncuck people. I mean, I'm in a race against time to uncuck people. You're welcome to race against me or anyone else and compete against us with numbers, who manages to uncuck enough people. But all the glory is God's. So I'm just in a race against time as my own independent or individual vessel. And that's really what you are in time. And also as a race against time, but you're welcome to, compare yourself to the others, who are uncucking people and see if you're uncucking more or less than others. I hope you have great success in waking many of our people up. Remember, if I was on here to try to build fame for myself or uplift myself in some way, I would toe the line so that I could show my face all the time, so that people would start recognizing me, and then I would be familiar in public to people, and then people can be like, "Oh my gosh, I've seen your videos, dude. You're a YouTuber." And, "Oh, Kong, I know who you are. I've seen your videos." I could go through all those motions. I could be earning shekels. I could be making 3 or 4 videos a day like Frenchie and all those idiots do about every little freaking new symptom that the Jays have created against us instead of naming the Jays themselves. But instead, I care nothing about earning shekels. I care nothing about fame. I care nothing about anyone recognizing me or knowing who I am, or seeing me in public and telling me how they like my videos or watch my videos. I care nothing about any of those things. I only care about what you had just mentioned there: snapping our white race out of their cuckery, getting them to realize that Christ is indeed king, that he isn't a mushroom or an Essene or some other dumb crap. He is our king. He is the pinnacle of our people, the sacrifice that satisfied our God to redeem us to our God. And our people don't fully realize that right now. So they really do need to be taught again that Christ really is king. I mean, you see a lot of the conservatives say it, but they say a lot of things about Christianity, and they don't really believe most of it. Or even if they think they believe it, they don't really practice it. You know, Gaius Marius said, "Actual stuff our people can read to help them build their understanding of what could be is necessary. I know you're planting seeds here, but I don't see you anywhere else. More need to hear you." Well, I mean, kind of the point of my channel was that I'm hoping to influence people for them to go out and influence people. I basically was just hoping for this channel to be kind of a butterfly effect where, like you said, I plant the seeds and then other people just end up with a seed or two out of the things I've planted, and they take them and plant them other places. And collectively, through all of our effort put together, um, the message of all the things about our identity, and that the Bible really does explain everything out if you just understand what it's saying, um, we would be successful, collectively. I didn't really plan on this channel ever getting big because I knew they will shadow ban me. I know that they're going to, just delete me if I started getting any kind of a real following. And then I'd have to start over again with 0 subscribers, and it takes forever to get subscribers built when you start at 0, and especially when you're shadow banned and everything else. So while I do wish I could reach more people, perhaps, YouTube is the most watched format, by far, of any format. And even though they shadow ban me, I'm actually still reaching more people than they say I am. So like if they're telling us that we get, say, 30 views or whatever on a video, we're really getting like probably triple that. They reduce our likes, they reduce our view counts, and they give non-whites these huge numbers of fake views and fake likes and things like that. They also sell them for desperate whiteys who, want to fake their way in. I've heard that you can buy likes and you can buy views. But the thing is, you folks are how my message reaches more people, by you folks learning this stuff. And of course, a lot of you folks already know the things that I'm teaching. But what I mean is, you pick up a new idea or a new approach or a new way of expressing it to people. Maybe you put your own twist on it even. Maybe you like what I said in some way, but then you're like, ooh, but I'd rather put this other little twist on it because I think that is more effective. Do it. And then collectively over time, I'm going to hook you up right now, little buddy. I'm sorry you've been waiting, bro. I'm going to hook you up right now. He actually did chill out and stop being pestery, so I need to hook this dude up. He's been patiently waiting a long time now. I think collectively we can just, that I basically have my answer is I don't really think I need to get all that much bigger. Of course, I'd love to reach more people, but um, I'm just hoping that by me being a seed planter, that other people can take what we, discuss here and then carry it further. And as far as being big, they're never going to allow me to be a big YouTuber because I don't toe the line. I name the Jews, I freaking call out the blacks, all the things that are just not ever going to be allowed to be sponsored. They're just never going to allow me to be all that big. Other platforms, I get almost no reactivity, interaction. And I mentioned in the last stream that, funny enough, Goyim TV, I get more action on Goyim TV. I get more view counts. Well, it's really the only action I get is view counts on there, but I get good view counts on there, sometimes better than on YouTube. But as far as interaction with people and comments and things like that, there's nothing that compares to YouTube for me, because the other platforms, though there are other based white people on these other platforms, they already had a following before they became based. They were already like pro-Trump, right? And then so they amassed this big following because they were pro-Trump. And then they eventually became based and drug a lot of their people with them over to some other platform. And now they get to enjoy having this other platform where they still have lots of interactivity and all these things. But I don't really have that same scenario where I build up a big old following of Trumpers and then drag them over to a platform and then eventually become more and more based and slowly shed the whole Trumpism thing. A lot of them, that's how they managed to do. Like Elijah. Elijah was pro-Trump. He had all the pro-Trumpers up his butt. He's still pro-Trump to some degree, and keeps throwing little hints about that randomly. So he keeps the pro-Trumpers reeled in to keep attending his Rumble and his Odyssey and his BitChute and his whatever locals or whatever other thing he shills. And so he gets good view counts and yada yada because he started off being a pro-Trumper. So he reeled in the pro-Trumpers first, then drags them over to another platform, then slowly becomes more and more based, more and more pro-white. Is it a good technique? Perhaps. And again, I started off shilling for Trump too. And then eventually became more and more, I just decided that my channel needed to be 100% based and no more goofing around. So, but because I didn't take a bunch of build up a big pro-Trumper viewer base and then drag them over to one of those other platforms, I just can't get the interaction that those folks can get on those platforms. So YouTube for me is like pretty much the limit. I don't really have a way to go bigger than on YouTube, because YouTube is by far has the most reach as far as viewership and all that. There's not even a close second place. So YouTube is that much further ahead, So that's pretty much why I just stay here as much as I can. And I don't bother with the other platforms all that much. I do use my Rumble USA 110 account for any video that gets deleted from here. If they strike a video down here, like my Training Day Part 2 video, or my How Non-Whites Survived the Flood video, or the 400 Years Hoax video, things like that that get banned from YouTube, I post over at Rumble. So that's kind of what I use that for. Gaius Marius said, where do you get the 215 years until our Lord Christ's return? I don't know about this yet. Oh, wow. I'm way behind in the chat. Okay, so the 215 years, if you're still here listening, is how much time we have left till our 6,000 year trial is up. So that is when Christ will return, when our 6,000 year trial has come to a completion. And the Bible is very clear about that. It's not wrong for people to say they know when the year is going to be. Christ told you you're supposed to know when it's going to be by the seasons and the times. So, but what he means by that is by times he means the time, 6,000 year trial. And we're supposed to know that as being Bible followers. You're supposed to know that white people, that the Adamites, we are under a 6,000 year trial. And at the end of this 6,000 year trial, Christ is to return, harvest all of the white people who are to be saved, and then God is going to destroy this world that we live on now. He's going to destroy this earth, and he's going to destroy everything in it. The sun and moon and stars are all going to be destroyed. And then God's going to create a new earth and a new heavens. And the new heavens will be the new dome with the new sun and a new moon and new stars. And that's in Jeremiah 66:23. Isaiah 66:23. And from one seventh day Sabbath to another, and from one new moon to another, that's every new month, we will come together and worship God. It says so. So Sabbath will be kept in the future through eternity, the seventh day Sabbath, as will the new month Sabbath. So the first of every month, every new moon, we will also be worshiping on Sabbath. But 215 years left, because if you look it up right now, you can Google. Right now, if you want to fire up another tab, if you're on a computer perhaps, you can fire up another tab on Google and put Hebrew year since creation week. Just put that in Google. Hebrew year since creation week. We are in the year 5,785 since creation week. All Jews are aware of this. While all Jews teach you and demand that you and your children believe that the earth is a little worthless marble that whirls around in an endless void of space in 6 different directions at 6 different terrific speeds, the earth is actually the total opposite of all those things. It's the biggest thing you'll ever know, not a tiny insignificant thing compared to everything else. And the sky is just a dome above us. The sun and moon and stars are placed within the dome. All you got to do is type in Hebrew or biblical cosmology and click images. And the name of the dome is Rakia, Raqiya. That is the name of the dome that is above us. And if you look at the Hebrew year since creation week, we are in the year 5785. That means we have 215 years till our 6,000 year trial is complete. That is when Christ returns. No man will know the month nor the hour. That's what it says. So you won't know the month. You might be guessing he's going to come in December and he comes in September. You might be guessing August and he comes in June. And you're not going to know the hour. You might guess that he's coming at lunchtime, peak of the sun of the day, you know. You might think he's coming at midnight while everybody's asleep. You won't know the hour. So no man alive at that time will know the month nor the hour. But we do know the year, because we know how long the trial is, and we know what year we are in since creation week. And while the Jews demand that you believe all these ridiculous things like billions of years and evolution and dinosaurs and all these things, they don't teach their kids that stuff. They demand that you believe that stuff. They demand that you and your kids repeat that in your schools so that your kids are duped into believing that garbage instead of the Bible. But all of those things are Jewish fables that Titus 1:14 warns you not to pay any attention to. Titus 1:14, paying no attention to Jewish fables. Okay, those are Jewish fables. The Big Bang, billions of years, ice ages, Neanderthals, evolution, dinosaurs, outer space. It's all Jewish made up horse manure. Total horseshit. It's all made up, complete fiction. Fiction. You know what fiction is. It's made up nonsense. That's what all of that is. They don't teach their children any of that mess. No Jewish kid believes Earth is a little worthless blue marble whirling around in an endless void, 6 different directions at 6 different terrific speeds. No Jewish kid thinks that the sun is 109 times the size of the earth. No Jewish kid is taught that dinosaurs are a real thing. They know that that is a Jewish made-up hoax to dupe white people into not believing their Bible. No Jewish kid is taught that there's billions of years and a big bang and all that crap. Okay? They created all that horse crap to make you believe it, while they teach their kids exactly what biblical cosmology Google image search will show you. That the earth is the biggest thing we will ever know, not little. And that we have a dome over us named Rakia, and that the sun and moon and stars are small and local and located within the dome above us. And that we are in the year 5785 since creation week, not billions of years, not trillions of years. And they know that evolution is a Jewish lie. They know that all lies come from their race. They know that they are not Israelites. They're not like walking around really believing they're Israelites and they got themselves duped into thinking they're the Israelites. No, they know for a fact that they are Esau's children. They know for a fact everything about our Bible. The Bible is their enemy. They know everything about it. Everything. More than you'll ever know about the Bible. They already know. And it's because for generations, for 2,000 years of generations, they've been studying our scriptures and think tanking and debating and discussing how to circumnavigate, how to subvert, how to pervert, how to invert any and every little thing our Bible says about them, every little warning it gives us about them. It's a miracle that our New Testament still blames the Jews over and over again in Acts, in Romans, you know, in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. It's a miracle that Jews are even still mentioned in our Bibles as any sort of negative figure. That Titus 1:14 still exists in our Bible. That just goes to show you the strength of God's word. Jays could have already eliminated and banned all our Bibles long ago. They already banned it out of our schools. They already took it out of having to be the only book you could swear on. They already took the 10 Commandments out of all of our courthouses. They've already taken over all of our cucked Christianity churches and have gay flags hanging over the doors of the churches, welcoming homosexuals, female pastor, lesbian pastors. We already have all that. Jays already have full control over all of it. They already have Schofield Bibles since the 1920s. So it's a miracle, and I mean this literally. It's literally a miracle of God alone that Jews are ever mentioned in any negative light still, in any Bible that's available in our country. And keep in mind, all of our Bibles, every version, all declare the Jews are our enemy, that they are Esau's children, not Israel's, that they are the exact specific antithesis and arch enemy of our people, that they are the ones who create all the hatred and all of the war against our people, that they are the ones known as Edom in Obadiah, where God himself says that he's going to be destroying them with fire. I hope that answers your question about the 215 years, though. Definitely Google that. Google, and that's for Deborah too. She asked that right after you did. Y'all just Google Hebrew. Um, no, I'm sorry. I'd already told you earlier how to Google it. Just put year since creation week, or put Hebrew year since creation week. And it will tell you right there that we are in the year 5,785 since creation week. And so we only have a 6,000 year trial. And if you've watched the video of Farrakhan that I have on my channel, where it says the title of the video is "The Bible Explained in Under 2 Minutes." That's the title of the video. If you watch that video, you'll hear the most learned, most well-read black alive says blacks. Farrakhan says out of his own mouth who Adam are, that Adam means white people. The entire race of white people is what the name Adam means. And that we are here for 6,000 years. We are here for a 6,000 year trial. The whole entire earth and everything in it was made for us. And that we are given a 6,000 year trial. And at the end of the 6,000 years, Christ comes and harvests us away. And they think, the Nation of Islam, that the blacks call themselves, that follow Farrakhan, they think that when Whitey gets whisked away by Christ, that they will then re-rule this world for trillions more years. They tell themselves that they have existed on earth for trillions of years, coinciding themselves with Jewish made-up fiction of the Big Bang and billions of years. Okay? And so they're trying to align themselves with Jewish scientism. All right? What you folks have been duped into calling, or what all of us folks were duped into calling science back in the day. And so they've aligned themselves with Jewish scientism, saying that they've been on the earth for trillions of years. But they're admitting the truth when they say, but 6,000 years ago, God decided to create Whitey and named him Adam and produced him and put him in the Garden of Eden, which is America. That's why we are the actual natives to America. That's why calling feathers natives is stupid and anti-white. Feathers are not native to America. They are Siberians that came across the Alaskan ice bridge into Alaska, and they came over from Siberia. They are Asians from Siberia. And they eventually acclimated to the warmer climates as they moved further and further south into the mainland of what we call America, or what we did before it became ruined by non-whites again. But they were never natives, okay? They only moped their way over here back around 640 AD. So they weren't even here, after the flood, they weren't even here for 2,000-3,000 more years. So there's nothing native about the feathers. They were just here before we rediscovered and re-arrived on our Garden of Eden. But America is the Garden of Eden. The Ark of the not the Ark of the Covenant. Noah's Ark was built out of gopher wood. Gopher wood only exists one place on the face of the earth, the Florida-Georgia border. That's it. There is nowhere else that has gopher wood. And it's the only place right nearby there is the only place in the world that has 4 rivers that come to a head. And the Gulf of Mexico is the only true, real, fertile crescent. There's nothing fertile about anything over in the Middle East. So America is the Garden of Eden. And that means America, the only people native to America are white people, because this is where we were started off in the world. Our entire 6,000 year trial started in America. And the flood carried Noah and his all white family over to the mountains of Ararat. And when they landed, they probably thought they were in the Appalachian Mountains. And so when they came out of the ark and they started, settling, they ran across 4 rivers, and they figured, well, these must be the 4 rivers we're familiar with, where the Mississippi Delta area was. And so they just started renaming. That's why we have all the same names in America that we have over there. We have Egypt, we have Memphis, we have all these names over here in America that match over there. You would think it's because we came over here and named the things after the things over there. That is true. But really, it's God's ironic way of us coming back over here and reestablishing what was originally the proper names over here in the first place. So the what we consider the old world is actually the newer world over there. And we gave all those names. Noah named all those things over there, thinking that they were the things from over here. So let me get in the chat here and just catch up. I'm going to skip some Christendom things. I'll read a couple here, though. He said, Trump will stop World War III. Trump knows Islam is the enemy of mankind. John Connor, 1984 is here, y'all. Hello. I hope you're well, Mr. John Connor, if you're still here. Christendom Defender also said, be ready. And then he put, that's part of his name. He put, you took a lot of bullshit. Still love you, though. Let's see. Camo is here. Hello, Camo. God bless. Glad you're visiting. And he said, greetings to all. And I never finished telling Precision Netica earlier, which he's probably not here anymore because he was the first one that visited. So he's probably long gone by now. But I did say a solemn prayer for you, Precision Netica, and I meant to post it. I think I did manage to say all that, though, when I told you earlier. But I did say a solemn prayer for you. And I hope that the Lord has smiled upon you or will soon to help relieve some of your situation. And I don't know his situation. I'm going by what he asked. John Connor said, I cannot believe Fox News is brainwashing all of the right-wingers into supporting Israel. Fox is J News. Yes, it absolutely is. All media, you all know, all media. There isn't one non-Jewish media thing. There just isn't. Even, like you see all the cucks talking about going over to Rumble and all this stuff and how it's free speech and all this mess. No, it isn't. When I started my channel over at Pavlovsky-owned Rumble, the very first video I posted a video titled "The Jewish Plan to Destroy All White or to Eliminate All White People." So that was the title, "The Jewish Plan to Eliminate All White People." It lasted 9 hours. Either 9 hours or 19 hours. It was under 24 hours. In less than 24 hours, my entire channel was deleted. I had already posted 3 other videos after it. My entire channel was deleted. I didn't get a strike. I didn't get an email warning. Nothing. I went to log on to Rumble to upload another video, and my channel just said 404. And I'm like, what do you mean it don't exist? And I typed it in the search bar. I logged out, logged back in. I looked for my channel on another device, not signed in at all. My channel was long gone, totally deleted by Rumble with no warning, no strikes, no anything in advance. Just straight deleted my whole channel off that one video. So, and I know the other ones aren't what got it deleted. I know it was that video that got it deleted because the other videos were softball videos compared to that one. So, when all these people are talking about Rumble and all these other places, they don't realize everywhere is owned by the Jews. There is no media station or platform or anything that isn't owned by them. Pretty much 100% owned by them. John Connor also said, another issue our nation is facing is the rise in lonely young white men. White American women are being brainwashed to hate white men and live a life of complete vice. America is under attack. That's absolutely true. And they're also being taught to uglify themselves so that they don't look so much prettier than all the non-whites standing around them in public. So they're encouraged to cut their boobs off, chop their hair off, dye it purple, some stupid cartoon color that doesn't make a white pecker get hard. Pierce their face all over and put giant holes in their ears. Um, Tattoo themselves all over where they look like nothing but a biker dude all over. Um, Definitely, all those things are they work together collectively between the uglifying of our women and then the teaching them to hate white men. They're really doing a number on us real bad right now. Christendom said nothing wrong with based nogs. I don't see really a problem with based nogs. It's just they're not really truly based because based nogs would already be in Africa. That's where based nogs are. Based nogs live in black countries. So they while based nogs do exist, they don't exist in America. All right. So like Jesse Lee Peterson, he ain't trying to leave Whitey World. The Nog twins, they are not trying to leave Whitey World. Thomas Sowell, Ben Carson, Don King, freaking Jesse Jackson. No black is trying to move to an all black world. So are any of them based? No, because for you to be a true pro black, you'd want to live where only blacks rule and live, and you wouldn't want to have to live around white people and having to compare yourself to them all the time and having to compare your people to the white people all the time. You wouldn't want anything to do with all that if you were truly a based, if we want to call it that, pro black. Look at all the Black Panthers. Ask around, see how many Black Panthers you could ever find or hear of that packed up and moved to Africa. You won't find any. Why? Because the whole point of the Black Panthers was just to be an anti-white grift. It was just a thing for blacks to grift whitey about. That's it. And it gave them excuses to walk around in public with guns and threaten white people in traffic. All the same things like they give the green light for blacks to do today with the Hebrew Israelites and the Nation of Islamers and all that crud. So they had a green light all the way back then to walk around in the streets armed and threaten white people and all that stuff. Yet none of them wanted to escape to Africa. That the whole idea is that white people are so bad that there they have to be armed with, rifles and shit, walking around out on the streets, demanding, safety and all this for the blacks. Well, why not just move to Africa? Why not just move to Africa in one plane ride? And then poof, in a billionth of a second, as soon as you step off the plane, you are no longer under any kind of whitey nonsense anymore. As soon as you step off that plane, you have left whitey world. And you'd be in an all black world where only your kind rules and only your kind has say so. And whatever your kind says is cool, is fine. No more of whitey, worried about every little detail of how you behave in public or, none of those things. No more worried about no shirt, no shoes, no service. They don't have to care anymore. All those whitey rules are in the past for them. All they got to do is fly there, one-way trip, hop off the plane, and boom. All their white people problems are over instantly and forever. And instead, how many Black Panthers you see leaving? How many Don Kings or Al Sharptons or race grifters on the View or anybody? How fast is Oprah trying to escape America? So blacks know they're full of shit. They know that whitey aren't bad people. They know that we're being suckered into taking the blame for the Jews owning them. Blacks are highly aware of the fact that Jews are who owned them. and that white people never did own them and wanted nothing to do with slavery. And in fact, that white people are the ones who ended slavery. But, white people ended it for a selfish reason as well. White people ended slavery because they knew that the Jews were using slavery to flood our country with blacks. So they banned slavery so that Jews couldn't keep using that excuse and bringing more and more boatloads of blacks here. Um, and then, but based blacks, true based blacks, means they live in a black country on their own volition. They could come to America if they really wanted to, but they don't. Because why? Because they know they're black and they know they don't have really any business being in a whitey world. And so a based black would mean that it's a black that lives in a black country and has no intention of going to any white country or grifting any white people. Moving on, Christendom said, I love all races. I hate commies, Satanists, Luciferians, and Freemasons of all colors or demonics. And I guess he means demonic denominations there. Clever wording, though. Camo says, all our doctors in Canada are street poopers. Yeah, and pretty soon you're going to have a bunch of blacks that are fake doctors, imaginary doctors. So buckle up for that. Christendom said, America will never be pure white. Never was, never will be. Well, it was 92% white all the way until 1990. And you can look at that in Time magazine, 1992. I forget which episode, but it was in 1990. I'm sorry. I had said 1990 already. So I forget which episode it is, but it's somewhere in the year 1990, right on the cover page. Time magazine, America is still 92% white. So when I say all white country, I mean over the 95 percentile. And of course, you would think that's audacious and there's no way white people could ever do it and all these things. But just remember that white people have overcome every enormous task, every practical impossibility imaginable. White people are what history books are written about. And white people have overcome some of the most enormous obstacles that, the world has ever seen. So if anybody could pull this off, it would be the white people, but we aren't even going to have to do it ourselves. Our God will drive the non-whites out on his own. And then we won't have to go through so much war and effort. This is if we'll follow his way. If we were just all collectively follow his way, he would drive them out all his own. But we could, of course, fight them off too if we actually would, but our people won't uncuck themselves, John Connor said, I have a theory about the Vietnam War. I think the Vietnam War draft was a form of population control of the massive explosion of baby boomers. That's exactly what it was. The hippie drug movement was also part of that. You nailed it, bro. Right on the money. The hippie part was the anti-Jew controlled opposition, anti-war side of the demonstrators. And then, so because they lead both sides. So then, of course, they were on the stage being pro-J. But that is, you nailed it on the money. The Vietnam War was indeed to eliminate many millions of white baby boomers' children. And it was very successful. And they knew that they were sending them into a death trap. Sending our troops over to Vietnam, that was a straight death trap. They literally were dropping our soldiers into alligator pits. And then the hippie thing, absolutely, you nailed it right there again, because the hippie movement was the same thing. Anything that causes our people to debase themselves, anything that causes our one of our white women to defile themselves, anything that makes us be sloth and anti-biblical and anti-Christian behaviored and all these things. Um, that was part of it. That was part of the, and they taught the hippies back then, like, oh, life sucks in your little beat town, your little boring crappy town. Meanwhile, it's a glorious blessing to live in a quiet sleepy little town. But they demonized it, and they told the teenagers in the 80s, you should just run away, just, get your girlfriend and just get out of there, man, just escape, and escape your parents and go be a rebel. There was nothing to even rebel against in the 80s. We had all these rebellious, rockers and rebellion and all this music about rebelling. We lived in a white paradise back then. There was nothing to rebel against. If you rebelled against anything, you were an idiot, because we literally lived in utopia. But, all these movies and songs and videos were all themed to that, a white teen or whatever is running away from home. And they did all that too, just to further eliminate more of our people, break up more of the family structure. Anything that causes white people to be lessened or be ridiculed or be diminished, or perhaps their family structure could be threatened. Any of that stuff you ever see is part of the planned anti-white Talmudism, Let's see. Christendom sounds like an AI bot, he said. I mean, he kind of can post like one sometimes, but I think he's a real person and stuff. And he's just frustrated with me because he's a pro-Trumper, and like I said, bro, I get it. I want to be pro. I'd like to be able to be pro-Trump. If he would have just done some damn things for white people, and if he hadn't said to blacks that they built our country and released 30,000 of them and all that. I mean, I wanted to like the guy, but when he started doing that stuff, I was like, that's it. He's shown his true colors, and how am I going to keep supporting him after he did all that? I couldn't make myself do it. And, in my heart of hearts, I wanted him to betray the elite, as people call it. But really I wanted to see him do all the things. I wanted to see him drain the swamp. I wanted to see him lock her up. I wanted to see the Obama get exposed, Big Mike. And I wanted to see it all happen. Everything that conservatives think that Trump is going to do this time around, even though he didn't do any of it last time around. I want to be on their side. I want to be on Trump's side. I want to be pro-Trump. I'd love to be all of that, but it's just, he doesn't do things beneficial for us, Let's see here. Okay, we got gtvflyers.com. Very cool name. And he said Salty Cracker Crew. Okay. And then he also said that's where that re is from. Well, the re was around long before Salty Cucker's channel started, but he just kind of embraced the re thing. But yeah, he's pretty much not really been a coiner of terms. He just kind of borrows them and stuff. But you're right. I mean, he does use it the most now, probably, of most other companies probably don't use it as much as he does. But let's see here. Christendom Defender said, "Stop being little bitches." Unknown said, "Stay white. I gotta go and sleep for the night. Thanks for the stream, and keep up the good work on waking our people from the slumbers. God bless. Also, good night to my fellow kindred." Well, God bless you, and I apologize if you didn't get to hear me say good night and God bless, but God bless and good night. And I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Godspeed to you. Thank you for the kind visit, and I hope you have a lovely night. GTV Flyers said good night to him and to Unknown. And then he also said, or Unknown said back, calm, thanks, and good night to you later on. And they chatted back and forth a little bit. Okay, Christendom knows the J's are fake J's. That's good. That's good. Let's see here. Islam, more than 2 billion fighters. Yeah, it's yeah, there are a lot of them. Let's see here. Islam fall, blah, blah, blah. Man, I must be way back. Oh my gosh, it always happens this way. Let's see. I'm gonna skip some stuff. Where Christendom's upset with me, which is cool. I don't mind. Let's see here. Let me scroll back a little bit more and see what he's saying here. Trump does not need your vote, but if you had common sense, vote Trump. And he also says, whatever you got to say, write it in your comments, bro. If you're addressing me, I don't mind writing all the things in the comments. It's just it's too difficult to do while I'm streaming, and it'd be a monster comment. So I don't even know. Probably have to send it like a 2 or 3 part deal, but yeah, I mean, there's just so many other things like that I haven't even mentioned. But and don't get me wrong, there's plenty of things that Trump has done that I like. Um, I mean, I want Trump to be like the super badass guy, rich, powerful, taking pictures, wherever. Um, it's just unfortunate that I mean, well, I say unfortunate, it is that too, but it's just frustrating because, um, we tell folks all the time all these things, and we get, ridiculed and whatever. They talk their smack, however they feel like they got to talk it, but months later, weeks later, years later, we're proven right. And then what sucks is the conservatives come along, and instead of being like, you know what, y'all were right about this, we're sorry we ragged on y'all, we're sorry we treated y'all like crap. We're gonna, work on being better about ourselves or whatever. Instead, it's just, the total opposite. And I mean, it's only getting worse and worse, and it's only gonna get worse. And I don't see us cheering on anyone who's going to put a foot down and stop it all. I mean, we hear a lot of big talk, uh, but the whole 4 years, there was nothing. It was just a giant nothing burger. Um, and I've heard a lot of the reasons, like, he was just getting to know the place. He's only the president. He's just the president. He can't do anything. Um, I mean, so many reasons, but it just, he never did anything for us. So it's like, shoot, and he was pandering to all the opposites the whole time. Hugo, the pork eater, said, great stream. I'm surprised you don't stream on Odyssey or GTV. A lot of good whites over on those platforms. I agree. There are some really great whites over on both of those. Unfortunately, with GTV, I can't do anything but upload somewhere else's video. So it's the only option it gives me. I don't know why. And I emailed them long ago about it, like 2 or 3 years ago. And I really didn't get a definitive answer out of them. I figured I'd get like a straight up, oh, sorry, here's how you slow down, enjoy yourself. Instead, it was just like almost no interaction at all. It was just like nothing. Let's see. He said, stay well, bless you in Christ. Thank you for that, for whoever, if it was for me or for elsewhere, somebody else. Gaius Marius said, stay white. I still believe that all thinkers who influence the race have written their ideas down, committed to paper their ideology. Um, yeah, I mean, I don't know if all of them have, but I'm sure a great, bulk majority of them have. Um, we got a lot of smart people in the world of our kind, and I'm sure there are a lot of folks who have never been known by anyone, but are like super whizzes, about whatever subject. And he also said, everybody from the founding fathers, GLR, Hitler, and even God himself. And he said, we can't catch all the streams, but I'd read all your ideas. Yeah, I mean, I see what you mean there. Typing them down where even if you're not a part of the stream, you'd be able to see it later on or something, I guess. I actually had a notepad started on my phone a while back about things that I wanted to, bring up or things that we were going to ban someday when we take our country back. Um, But it really will have to, when we take our country back, we're really going to have to structure it very carefully with our words. We're going to have to specify white people. Um, I mean, there's just so many things we're going to have to make sure we teach our kids so that they know to avoid. It's, let's see here. All right, cool. I did catch up. Awesome. But yeah, mm, yeah, it's basically just yeah, I should type them all out, and maybe put it as a post. But I did have some built on a notepad on my phone, and there are just so many little things, that we just we have to either suffer because of them, or we have to sacrifice because of them, or we lose something because of them. So uh, it's we're in a pitiful state, really. And the idea is, it's like if if I read off some of the notepad ones, it's like distracting from when I'm trying to talk, whatever. So I haven't done well with the notes yet, but I should. And they're kind of scattered because I would think of something, put it on there, and then I'd think of something else later and put it on there, and I've never actually like folded it all together. But some people have shown some of his footage that they seized, but I never saw anything smaller than that little dinky one. And let's see here. Let's see. I know it's asking you to do a day's worth of work. Sorry. Well, yeah, I mean, you could probably spend a whole day in contemplation coming up with, so many things to correct about either the way our government documents are structured word wise, or just correcting other wrongs that have been established in our country as of late. Um, but Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe it would take a whole day of just deep thinking about every little thing, Um, but I mean, we have to have our foot down about so many things, once we take the country back. I mean, the bans, the exiling of them all. Um, it's a lot of stuff, but if anybody can do it, it's white people. Um, so it really just takes the bottom line is it's just going to take white people to have enough courage to finally stand up to. I think a lot more white people nowadays know about the Jays than ever before. Well, I don't want to say than ever before, because that'd be totally crazy to say that. But in the last, more so than any white people in the last like 50 years, 70 years. Um, and now it's going to get even better because now you have the J approved. You have our kids being J approved to be anti-J now. So now you don't even have to be like careful about talking about the J's to them without wondering if they're going to try to get you in trouble, because now they're all being told to go ahead and be anti-J. So this is opening up a nice window for us, Now we're actually able to talk about the J's kind of openly, and we're going to have some problems from it. Because again, you're going to be called a lefty. If you're anti-J, you're going to be called a lefty, an SJW. You might even be called an anti-white, because if you notice, the Jays have pitted themselves against all the non-whites of the world who disagree with them. They've pitted themselves with us as though it's white people versus the non-whites. Meanwhile, everyone knows it's the Jays, but they've got everyone calling them the white people and calling them colonizers, which has always been a lefty word or anti-white word for whites. So they're basically trying to, the Jews have decided to put themselves in our bandwagon. Meanwhile, they're always criticizing white people. They're always saying white people are garbage and we need to end whiteness, which means white people, and all this stuff. But now, all of a sudden, when they want our leftist kids to not like us or be mad at us or whatever, they declare themselves that they are white too. So they've really got us in a funny little... You want to smell it? Go ahead. They really have us in a funny little conundrum. We're like, they got us in between a rock and a hard place, kind of, Let's see here. I apologize. I'm just having a little snack while I'm chatting with y'all. Guy said, I'm heading to bed now. Going to have a wonderful day with my wife tomorrow. Life is good and God is great. Well, God bless y'all. I'm glad to hear that you have a lovely wife and a nice plan for tomorrow for the two of you. And he also said, great stream. I catch them when I can. Well, thank you and God bless. I hope you and your wife have a wonderful day tomorrow. And I hope for all of you who are single, who are in the chat or listen to it later on, that you do end up finding someone of our people who can bring you wholeness and complete your life. It's not meant for all of our people in our mortal trial here on earth to be able to have a woman in this life It's unfortunate that that's the case, but if you find yourself in that kind of scenario, just know that God does have a plan for you in eternity. There will be no single people in eternity. We will all be matched with a most perfect helpmate or mate in general. And so we will not just be a bunch of individuals. We will be coupled with someone who gives us the same amount of love and excitement that we feel for them. For many single people, it may be perhaps someone you already know or have known in your past or have been with in your past, or have been with in your past, or it may be someone you've never met in your mortal life, but you will be given a woman, or if you're a lady, you will be given a good man, the best man. It won't just be a good something or other. It's going to be the best. For you, it will be the best ever. It will be your happiest moment ever when you are presented your mate for eternity. And you all will go on to create many children. You know, you think about, I'm sure some of you in the chat would love to have white children so that you could help contribute to our population. If you do not end up getting to have children in this life, in this mortal trial, don't fret, because you will get to have many, many children in eternity. So you will not be spending eternity as a childless single person. You will be with a mate who is the absolute most perfect one for you that your heart and mind and soul could have ever fathomed. And that mate will help you produce many children who will love you for eons and eons. So, y'all, whoever, are childless so far, or man or womanless so far, just keep your faith up. Stay grateful for what blessings you have. And know that you have to suffer some burdens. And so, perhaps being single in this mortal life might be your burden. Don't expect that it's going to be. Don't tell yourself, well, that's it. I'm never going to get to have a woman, or that's it. I'll never have a man. You don't have to accept defeat like that. What I mean is, just live your life every day with confidence, knowing that when the great day comes, you will be mated with the most glorious and perfect mate beyond your wildest dreams. And all the beautiful children you ever wanted, you will have them. And you will have them with this new perfect mate. See, one thing wild about God is everybody think about God as being this like meanie boss, Oh, you disobeyed him, he had to strike you dead. Oh, you disobeyed him, he's going to take it out on your kids. But long before Jesus Christ was sent to the earth, God said to our people in the Old Testament that he is our Savior and Redeemer. And what he was getting at by that, it's not to mean that Christ isn't. It's to mean that God's plan all along is to save us. and to harvest the best of us, and to give us a high position, a high seat in eternity over others who did not care and were not as grateful, to be made a part of his covenant people and to be made in the colors of Jesus Christ. If they were, they may not have been grateful for other things God gave them, like financial prowess, or there's so many things that you should be and could be grateful for. And if God finds you not grateful for many of those things, or perhaps any of those things, or a collection of many of those things, you will not be placed as high in eternity as people who were grateful for God's blessings, who were grateful for God's birthright, who did not cast our pearls to swine because they were grateful for the pearls. And those people will be the ones who are the most high over the others in the hierarchy of God in eternity. So it's unfortunate that some of our people are going to have to live their life, a long time single, perhaps their whole life. But you don't ever want to think to yourself that, like, oh, perhaps I may have to go my whole life without being with someone. You don't want to approach the rest of your life with that mentality. Instead, you want to think of it as, how would I word it? You want to think in your mind, you want to tell yourself in your mind something like, even I may be single right now, or even though I'm single right now, God's got a wonderful woman waiting on me. Or you say, even though right now I don't have a man, God's got a wonderful man waiting on me. So it don't matter what happens to me in this life, I still win. In the end, I still win. I still get the man of my dreams. I still get to have, hundreds of children if I want, with no pain, by the way. Imagine when childbirth will no longer be painful. And so those are the kind of things we have to look forward to in the new earth in the future. And and we also know that we won't have any non-whites there, because he says that he sees a new earth and a new heavens be built, and that we will build and another shall not inhabit. Only white people have this problem where we build and we enjoy life in it for, say, 20 years, 50 years, 100 years. But then another comes along, another race comes along, imposes themselves into our land. And rather than fight them off like the warriors that we're supposed to be, we just cuck it away to them by leaving, by white flighting to yet another place. And so God understands this conundrum that white people have. And so that's why he detailed in the Old Testament that we will build and another shall not come and inhabit, so that it's letting you know that the reason that's possible is because there's not going to be any non-whites with us in eternity, in our new earth. When we are placed in our new earth, there won't be any option. It won't be an option for non-whites to defile themselves, or I should say for white women to defile themselves with non-whites, or any of those things. It would all just, it wouldn't be a thing. But yeah, since the chat's dwindling down a little bit and numbers are coming down a little, I guess we could go ahead and end for tonight. But Yeah, it was just very interesting about the Trump thing. It was really surprising. Didn't expect to see that be the official narrative. Um, so now my opinion is based on what we're observing, what I kind of expect to see now is the official narrative to be that they put him in jail, put him in prison. Can't guess for how long because I have no idea what kind of after they came up with $4 trillion or whatever on Alex Jones's one. I nowadays who knows what kind of stupid thing they'll say, but it seems to me like they're going to try to make the American people think that they've put Trump in prison, and if that happens, we're going to have a really fucking weird country. And not because of any conservative uprising for the Trump for Trump. It'll be because now that Trump has been put in prison, which was the symbol of white people, that will actually be like our 9/11. Putting Trump in prison, allegedly putting Trump in prison, but the official narrative being that Trump is officially put in prison by us. If that happens, that is white people's 9/11. I'm telling you that right now. That's white people's 9/11, and it's letting you know that, hey, we've been practicing in Gaza. Now we've took down your favorite person. We're testing you as hard as they can, as hard as we can. I mean, keep in mind, the non-whites are testing white people as hard as they possibly can. They're not just poking the bear. All right, Jays and non-whites in general that Jays have given power to are not poking the bear. They are stabbing the bear with a little short miniature pocket knife, sharp one, and they're stabbing it over and over and over and over and over again and going, ha ha, bear, you stupid piece of crap. We're going to end you. Y'all bears are the biggest threat to our democracy. We're going to get rid of all of you. They openly brag about eliminating white people. They openly brag about discriminating against white people for hiring, for school enrollment, for college enrollment, for eligibility in all types of things. And so it seems to me if the official narrative is that they put him in prison, that it's going to be a floodgate for them to start going nutsoid on white people. And they won't do it under the guise of anything about Trump. It's going to be that Trump is just like the symbol. He's just the symbol. Once he gets put officially, or as the narrative claims, in prison, that is a notice to all white people. We are coming for all of you. All you white people, we're coming for you. That's what that's for. And it's to standardize a precedent. It's to establish a precedent that when even a rich, powerful, wealthy, famous white person is faced before the beast system will use our own rules and laws that have been perverted and turned into Jayish legalism, and they will hold white people accountable for any and every and even made up, trumped up charges with the fullest extent of punishment of our laws. But for themselves, they will cater to the beasts. They will cater to other beasts. So if they see a fellow black facing the black judge, well, he's not going to give him the same sentence that he would if it was a white person. He's going to give him the easy sentence. The DAs are all black. They see a black criminal and they go, well, that's one of my brothers. I got to do a lazy job of prosecuting him so he don't get her, In fact, I'll just drop his charge. I'll just drop his charge altogether. What'd he do? He just raped this elderly white lady and dismembered her and threw her in a 55-gallon drum. I'll just dismiss this charge. And that's basically what we're living with right now. We're living under the beast system that only caters to the beasts, that's ran by the beasts. Power was given, handed over. You ever notice in Revelation it says power was handed over to the beasts? All right, it says beast, but it's beasts plural. Beast just means the body general, the body of the populace of them. And when power is given to the beast, it's just handed over. It just says, and power was given to the beast. It was given over to the beast, right? Meaning the beast don't have to fight for it. He don't have to go out there and earn it. It's going to be just handed to them. And that's what happened with the blacks. The Jays, once they took control of our government, once they cucked enough of our white people to accept and allow a non-white into our government, they just started handing over, giving over positions of power in our whitey government of the most powerful country on earth. They just started giving over, handing over, free gives, giving these powerful positions to blacks specifically. So hopefully enough of you can reach enough of our people that collectively, if we work together and we pray and we obey our Lord and we get more and more people to do so, if we get more and more people to keep God's Sabbath, be a seventh-day Sabbath advocate. That's what we got to be advocating. If our people never start keeping Sabbath as a whole, then this country's going to go so far south, you'll wake up 20 years from now and think to yourself, oh my gosh, how could we all white people have allowed this to happen? That's what we already should be saying to ourselves right now. But it's going to be a lot worse in 10 years, in just 5 years. And it'll be really bad in 15 to 20 years. By that time, we will have full-blown Idiocracy, the movie. We will have, pro wrestler black dude as our president and some freaking gay twink as the vice president. And we'll have, we already have all these cross-dressers as the admirals and leaders of our military. I mean, I can't believe our military hasn't rose up against all that. I mean, that just goes to show you the power and cuckery. The power of cuckery over our people is even our own hardest, toughest, most serious, most straight-edged, most straight-faced military men that take no BS from no one and all this stuff are obeying these cross-dressing sexual deviants as though they are the leaders of our military. I mean, I just can't believe that all these Navy admirals and all these freaking commodores of entire fleets of our Navy, and I mean, it's just unbelievable that these top Marines and these top Army brass and these top, and the Navy SEALs and all these, like, our military could just take over these stupid government officials in one day. In one day, our military could end all of this garbage. And instead, they just keep obeying them. They just bow and obey our own enemy government. It's sickening and pathetic and shameful and embarrassing. I mean, to think that our own people held rifles to our baby boomer grandparents' heads to force them to stand down while our government flooded our schools, our white children, with hostile non-white or hostile blacks. And guess what happened? The instant they let the blacks in our schools at gunpoint by force, our white children started being attacked like hotcakes. Our little white girls started being attacked like hotcakes. Just like how Sweden happened to Sweden when they let all the freaking blacks in there. Our schools went from some of the safest places on earth to ever be to being some of the most dangerous and violent and deadly places to be for any of our white children. Literally an alligator pit. That's what all of our schools are now. If you send a child, a white child, to a school now, you're sending them to an alligator pit. You're forcing your daughter to go sit in an alligator pit for, an entire work day every week or every day of the week, 5 days a week. It's insane that we do so. It's totally bonkers that we allow any such thing and that we force our daughters to have to endure any such thing. You let your woman go to work, she's surrounded by diversity hire salivating blacks who just can't wait to catch her in the parking lot alone one day when no one's looking. I mean, you can't imagine how much threat our people are under, how much threat our women are under. Everywhere our white women go, non-whites are literally licking their lips at them. They're not trying to hide it. They will tell white women as the white woman walks by them, "I'm gonna get you later." And they mean it for real. And they actively hunt our women down and hunt our children down. And it's insane and sickening. It's that we allow all this. It's just insane and sickening. It's unbelievable. It's inconceivable that our people would ever allow all this shit to happen to our children and to our women. I mean, it's the most shameful and pathetic and ridiculous thing that I'll ever experience as an adult. I mean, as a mortal in this life, how are we ever going to see anything more pathetic and sickening and ridiculous as our own people just being totally annihilated by these freaking envious, hostile blacks? It's freaking so horrible. I just can't even wrap my mind around it, And, to see all these conservative YouTube channels all they care about is the new symptom for the day to make their little shekels off of, make their little video about. It just pisses me off so bad. All they're doing is literally kicking the can down the road so that they can keep making more money and keep grifting our people and keep giving our people hopium. And it's all for nothing. They're not helping our people wake up. They're not naming the nose. It's pathetic. We literally, like I said before, we're in a boat and we have lots of holes in the hull of the boat letting water in. We're sinking. And every one of these conservative channels, they pick a new hole each day and zone in on it. Be like, here's our Jewish symptom for today. We're going to focus on this hole in the hole that's letting water in. Whether it's homosexuals or guys allowed in the women's bathroom, or what's a woman? Is a woman a birthing person, or is a woman? All these freaking stupid symptoms. Each one is just a hole in our boat. And the conservatives know that they make their money off each one of these symptoms, each one of these holes that are shot in our boat. And we're sitting here on the deck going, hey, all you dumbass conservatives, look, right over here across the water are the Jews, and they're the ones shooting holes in our boat. That's the whole reason our boat is sinking. The whole reason you have all those holes to zoom in on and do videos about and act like you care about America's ruin. Yeah, it's all coming from these Jews right over here shooting holes in our boat. And they're laughing at you and giving us the finger and saying that they're shooting holes in our boat. Why are you cucking to them? Why are you pandering to them? Why are you still calling them, God's chosen people? Why are you still standing with them? Why are you? It's just crazy. Our people are siding with people who openly hate our guts, who openly hate Jesus Christ, who openly hate all Christianity and all white people. They say it loudly with their mouths every day. How shameful and embarrassing and pathetic. So, whatever y'all can do, whatever you can do, just, and the thing is, we haven't even, as white people, we haven't even thought up the next new clever ways. There's going to be some next new clever way of dealing with our non white invasion that God has not blessed one of our people to think up yet. But you listening right now may very well be the person God decides to use to come up with, to produce the next new high tech, whatever, or brilliant idea thing that saves our people, from thousands of our people being slaughtered or whatever. And I hope it's one of y'all that thinks up something, the next hot new thing that puts Whitey back above the others in dominion over the others. Um, and it's not because I want white people to have control over everybody else and all the other non-whites. It's because I want white people to have control over white people and white countries. And I know that once white people have control again over our own white people, and thus have control over our own white government again, that then the rest of the world will benefit. When America does great, everybody does great. When America's getting screwed and doing bad, everyone in the world suffers. Other countries depend on us to buy certain amounts of certain things they produce. So when you start screwing over the country that goes out and patrons all these other places, you're screwing all of them too. Now, do the Jews care? No, because any non-white that ever gets caught up in their war against white people is just useless collateral damage. They could care less. They'll ruin 10,000 non-whites to ruin one white person. They don't care. Non-whites are just expendable pawn animals to them. Their goal is to wipe out white people. And they're not interested in anything else. Right now, they have you fooled into thinking that, their big enemy is the Arabs and that, the big war going on is between them and the Arabs that are adjacent to them. But they are brothers, and they've had deals worked out since the 1940s, government to government. So, it just, to get back to my point of the point of how embarrassing and shameful and pathetic it is. I mean, how many other races would ever capitulate and pander to another race, you know, of any kind, especially a race that slaughters them by the thousands every single day? There is no non white race that would ever put up with that, especially if they had established the whole country and had full power and all this stuff. Now, granted, white people don't have full power right now, but we established the country. We did used to have full control. So imagine going to, like, China and being like, hey, we demand that you let us be in your government. Yeah, we can't speak Chinese. Yeah, we don't know anything about your culture. Yeah, we don't even care. We even hate Chinese people. And we want to end Chineseness. We want to put an end to it. Chineseness and Chinese nationalists are the greatest threat to the Chinese country. I mean, imagine trying to convince any Chinese of that. So, for anybody to come here and tell us and try to shame us into accepting non whites invaders as though they belong here is ridiculous. You could never demand that of any non white race. So, but I'll go ahead and shut it down for tonight. I just wanted to say hi to everybody and chat a little tonight back and forth about the Trump thing. I'm glad Christendom Defender was here, rebutting some of my things. Um, the uh, Sorry, I was reading the chat and I lost my train of thought there. I was trying to make sure I had touched on everything. But yeah, Christian Defender. I hope he does really well at reaching more and more of our people. Um, Wish I could be on the Trump train with him, but I can't. I don't vote for a lesser evil. I don't believe in voting for a lesser evil of two crappy options. Um, I don't believe they would give you options. So I imagine it's uh, oh no, I did cover that. Okay, I did. All right, yeah. Um, so I apologize if I didn't cover something somebody had touched on or asked or whatever. But next stream, just hit me up about it and we'll cover it, whatever it is. And yeah, I just saw the Trump thing, and that was quite a surprise, even to me. And the Jays have really just been throwing some real curveballs out. It's really hard to tell what their next moves are. So, Godspeed to all of you. I hope that all of you manage to discover different things and help contribute to all the things we are learning. And y'all know the drill. Never relax. Uh, Try to keep yourself away. Do the Scott Adams thing where you just stay the heck away. If you see them around, get out of there. Um, if you see a spider head walking around you, be on alert. If you see a white woman not being oblivious to her surroundings and you see some spider head walking around her, be ready. Be ready to defend. Um, I mean, I guess that covers pretty much, the bulk of it is just y'all stay up and stay white. And, whenever the Lord decides it's time for us to be victorious, we will be. But the first thing we got to do is start pleasing Him as He commanded. Again, not as what seems right to us. We don't get to pick the day. We didn't get to make any day. We're not all powerful like that. And so you don't get to name a day as holy. God gets to do that. You don't. And God names the seventh day holy. Holy unto him. And so it's set apart from all the others, segregated, separated from all the others. Why? Because God wanted it that way. It doesn't matter if it doesn't make sense to you. You know, God has a reason. And so our job is not to question God, but rather just go along with it. You know? And I don't know how the same six are still here. That's amazing. But God bless you all. Godspeed to you all. I hope that y'all have a wonderful Sabbath coming up in a couple of days. Really starting tomorrow night, I should say. And God bless the United States of America. God bless our white countries. We want a white Christian fascist country restored in this country. And without it, our country could be doomed forever. So, you know, uncuck as many folks as you can. Do so with caution. But, you know, definitely uncuck as many people of ours as you can. I mean, just as many as possible. And, yep, that's all of it. Yeah, I mean, y'all just stay tight together. You know, be good to your family. You know, if your mom annoys you, be good to her anyway. Someday she's going to be standing, and you're going to be standing in front of her while she's laying dead in a casket. And then everything you wish you could have ever told her, any nice gesture you wish you would have ever done at her to make her smile, to make her feel good, to make her pleased with her son or daughter, those opportunities are gone. So it's time we build memories, good memories, with our parents now. That's one of God's commandments. Honor our father and our mother. It doesn't just mean, you know, be glad that they had you or be polite to them. It means you militantly protect them and that you carry yourself upright. We can have our country back. God will give it back to us. But we have to prove to God first that we're serious and that we really are sorry and that we truly are repentative for defiling his Sabbath and for just over and over and over again. I hope I see all of you someday in that great day of Christ's glorious return, when he destroys all of the non-whites and the wicked of the world with the whiteness of his coming. In his head and hair are white like wool, meaning angel fine, bright blonde hair. Anyhow, y'all have a wonderful day tomorrow. It's today, actually. It's preparation day. So I hope all of you have a wonderful preparation day. Make sure you actually do your things today. Make sure you actually do all your preparation today. That way, when Sabbath hits tomorrow night, you can kick your feet up, you can relax. All right. Yep. Looks like it's slow enough. So, y'all have a wonderful preparation day. Y'all have a lovely Sabbath this weekend. If I have the ability, I'll do a Sabbath stream or perhaps a post Sabbath stream or something. But um, I just don't know what kind of time frame I'm going to be having. Um, so if time allots it, though, I will do so. But if not, I will talk to y'all in at least a week or so on another stream coming up soon. And I'm just grateful for you all. And I'm sorry that, you know, things can't be different, but they are just the way they are at the moment. And we're going to have to force the changes. We're going to have to force them ourselves. So I hope all of you stay in the fight, regardless of how grim it looks, and not because of Trump's conviction, but because of the whole totality of our country. Just stay strong. I realize it's easier to say it than to actually stay strong, but we just don't have a choice. We don't have a choice. We just have to stay strong. And we have to end up conducting ourselves as though we'll never lose dominion of the earth, but not in a stupid way where we're cucks and all that, but in a confident way where we don't just allow any, non-white riffraff to come into our places, to invade our spaces and bother our people. Other things about manipulation. I had mentioned manipulation earlier, talking about the algorithm, but also, use manipulation for other things. Um, you know, I would give you examples, and when they come to mind on another stream, I will give you some, but it should be fairly easy for you to figure out, So I hope some of you do. I hope all of you, really push our agenda. Our enemies push their agenda against us very aggressively every day. So we're pretty much at the point where we got to fight back. I mean, there's, white people have been pretending and pretending and pretending and pretending, but we're to a point now where white people have to finally stand up or we perish. I mean, the bottom line is we are under attack at all times, and white people just stand around pretending like it's not happening. And it is happening, and it's a huge problem. And, we need Whitey to finally admit it. So, God bless you. God bless the United States of America. God bless all of our white Christian countries across our entire world. And we'll end this one and see you on another one. And I bid y'all farewell in the name of our Father Yahweh God, in the name of our Lord and Savior of our people Israel, Jesus Christ, and in the name of our glorious Holy Ghost who protects us every day. God bless y'all. Take care.